Hey, welcome back, and good morning, good afternoon. I hope everybody is doing well. Welcome back to San Francisco today for the Divisional Round of the NFL Tour, taking us from San Francisco to Green Bay. So that's quite exciting. The boys, are you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's a truly global world once again, so somebody's morning can be somebody else's evening. Yeah, it was a little bit unexpected to actually do the flight from San Francisco, but San Francisco beat the Dallas Cowboys, so they have the privilege to go to Green Bay, and actually a good flight to do, so I'm quite happy about that. And we're gonna do today obviously a bit of a fantasy flight, because there's no direct flights from San Francisco to Green Bay. If you want to go to Green Bay, you have to stop in Chicago mostly, but otherwise maybe stop in Minneapolis or in Detroit. These seems to be the three connections to go to Green Bay. You can't really fly direct. But yeah, on a fantasy flight 777, United 1234 1234. And 3 hours and 10 minutes roughly, and expecting, fingers crossed, a little bit of snow in Green Bay. That would be amazing in the simulator. Just a little bit of snow, not too cold actually, because obviously with the snow, like the temperature kind of increases a little bit. So maybe, I don't know, -2, -1, something like that. But it's not gonna be like -15 or -20. So I don't think. We'll have a quick look at the flight plan. Here we are. Yes, here it is. So as I said, 3 hours and 15 minutes. The alternate is Chicago. And weather-wise, here in San Francisco, it's pretty good. Nothing to complain about. And 11 degrees, yeah, just a few clouds around. It's a nice morning, obviously middle of the night at the moment there, but we've got daylight settings just so that we see a little bit the surroundings and the scenery. And in Green Bay at the moment it's -3, a little bit cloudy, but not really a major problem. And then what I'm quite excited about is this. From 1100, so from in about 1 hour, it's gonna start snowing. So, and that should keep going pretty much until we get there. So it's like showers, so it might not be snowing all the time, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm quite hopeful for some flurries in the sim, which will be very exciting. So that'll be nice. So that's that, and en route, we can actually see the snow area on Meteonautics there. You can see pretty much clear en route, and then you've got this little patch here. If I can zoom in, that looks like a bit of a snowy area there, which hopefully is gonna push along to the east towards Green Bay there. So we'll see how it goes, but it's looking good for some snow. I've been talking about snow in the simulator for quite some time, since it's winter time. I thought, hey, maybe we'll have to de-ice, maybe we'll have some snow or something. De-ice not so much on arrival, because that's not what you do, but maybe we'll get a bit of snow, which will be nice. Right, so without further ado, we'll jump in. Once again, I hope you're all doing well. You had a good weekend and ready for some more action. Good to have you here on board today. Got boarding pass 1 alpha, sitting relaxed, and let's go. So we'll jump in. Here we are, 777-300 ER. I'll bring FS to crew like always. We'll do the PF events.
Hi, Captain. How are you today?
I'm great. And nothing less than great, as far as possible. So the idea comes on, emergency lights, we close the guard, so once the guard is closed, then this little switch inside gets to the armed position, which obviously we cannot see there, but that's why it does. And then we'll check our status page here. It's looking good, excellent. Let me close the two catering doors there, the R2 and R5. The catering should fold away. The doors are closing. Then the trucks will move away. Beautiful. Excellent. Right, so like always, we'll start with the FMC. We'll start with the ident page. The model is the 777-300 ER G90 engines. Iraq is still the 2113 until the 27th of Jan. So that's good. Just double check the information is correct. Is the correct order of pressurizing hydraulics important on the 777? Yeah, there's some sort of sequence to kind of follow. FS2 crew doesn't do it particularly well, but doesn't really matter so much. Anyway, in the simulator here, you can do pretty much what you want. But in the aircraft, we do have like a particular sequence to follow here. Yeah. Which I've explained before. But you kind of start with the right hydraulic demand pump, this one up here. You start with this one and then move on to switching on the C1 electric, the C2 electric, and then the left C1 and C2 in that sequence. So kind of goes there and then tuk, 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 kind of. So there is a sequence. So yeah, in San Francisco, and I'll take the GPS position here. Therefore, I will request the route. Like so, we got 6 routes. It's route number 3 to Green Bay. No worries, the boys. I mean, it's you can possibly do the C2 first, but there is something actually about the order of the C1 and C2 pumps, because they do recommend doing the C1 first, because I think if you switch on the C2 first and then the C1, there's like, it's like in the anyway, it's a little bit complex, but it doesn't recognize that the pump is on. There's something a little bit funky going on there, so it's better to put the C1 first. But here everything will work anyway, because for example, you're not supposed to start 2 engines at once, but if you want to start 2 engines at once here, it's gonna do it. It's not gonna, suffer too much, so it's all right. Right, so we'll load the route. Here we are. Clear the uplink loading message. We've got the route, so from San Francisco to Green Bay. The call sign or the flight number is United 1234 1234, like so. Then we should have the route, which goes via Orca and then all those direct points to Green Bay. So we'll activate and execute. Then in the perfinite, I'll reject this like always. The reserve, we're going to Chicago if needs be. So we go back to the flight plan. The reserve is 8.5. Okay. So no bad. 8.5. Cruise altitude is 350. Cost index, I put 250 to keep the speed up, but we may have to adjust the speed to decimal 85. On the flight plan, 250 gives about like a speed of decimal 85. The cost index here is not properly simulated, so we'll see what speed it gives us in the cruise and then maybe adjust to increase the speed a little bit. So 250 is good for the moment here. And then on this one, we don't do anything here. We've got 1,000, 3,000, 1,500. That's beautiful. Okay. Right. So next departure. So we're gonna go from 28 left. We're gonna take the Santana 2, which would give us a beautiful view of downtown San Francisco as we climb out, and the Orca transition. So we've got the runway now showing the Santana 2 Orca transition to Orca, so it's good. And we'll activate and execute. Right, Navigraph time, charts time. Here we are. Well, actually didn't set up the route. Let me set up the route then. No, I did. New flight. From file. Let me pick up the file here. I need to kind of get going a little bit. I have a decent amount of time today, but still. It's a 3-hour plus flight, so. Right, so San Francisco SID and Santana 2. Here we are. So as I said, we're gonna get a good view of San Francisco, downtown San Francisco, because downtown San Francisco is here at the top of this little kind of peninsula there, at the top of the bay. Get a good view of the Golden Gate as well here, where it says 4.9. That's pretty much where the Golden Gate is. So it's a scenic departure actually. We could go from one left and one right because these are actually the departing runways. But for 777, it's good to go from 28 left as well. That's what I will do. Right, so let me check with the FMC. Hey, MSCP004, comment ça va? Ça gaz? Ça mousse? Ça mousse, ça mousse? Ça gaz, ça gaz? Mini long haul, 3 hours. For the stream, it's a little bit longer than usual, yeah. Hey, good evening, William. How are you doing? Greetings, greetings. Hope everything is well. Enjoying life in sunny Thailand. Right, so we're gonna go straight ahead and then to King here. Then move on to Carlos. The King Carlos Santana. Here we are. So these are the 3 RNAV waypoints, and then the transition to Orca up here. Beautiful. So we've got everything in the FMC, no worries. And the miraculous possibility ATC comes on. We'll try to find the top altitude. Oh, 3,000 only. Okay. I'll just, I won't bother with this because I don't think the ATC will come on actually. And since 3,000 in low and I want to fly manually maybe a little bit, then it's gonna be difficult. So put 350, runway heading 284. MSCP 004, yeah, I'm on Volanta at the moment, I believe. 284 there, cool. So that's the departure, nice and easy, and as I said, it will be quite scenic there. So I'll maybe unfly the first section to King and then put the autopilot so we can have a look at virtual downtown San Francisco. I know it's only virtual, but kind of shows you a little bit. Right, so that's good for this section here. We'll load the wind forecast. Here we are, ding dong. So I'll give you a sample of winds here, and then go to the VNAV descent forecast and load the forecast wind as well. Here we are. Nav radio page, we don't need to do anything. Progress page, we check the distance, 1617. The flight plan gives us 1639, so close enough. That's good. There's no major mistakes in the flight plan here. We'll do a route copy to route 2 and then back to route 1. And this one is good. Here, we're done, ready to set anything. That's it. 250, 18,000 feet. Good, good, good. Okay. Alright, now on the FS panel, we'll go to inches of mercury, set the QNH, which I believe is, 3009. I am, and scenery, it's Fox 86, I believe. The airport layout has been modified since the scenery was made, so I think now it's, let me double check. I'm somewhere. Airport. Oh, parking gates, sorry. I'm in the new Fox 22 here, I believe. At the top of this terminal there, Fox 22.
I'm back from the walk around.
Hey, she's back, Natalia. So yeah. Right, so yeah, 3009, let's just pick up a quick update, see. KSFO. It doesn't look too far off anyway. 3009, yeah. 310 at 6, 10 statute miles. Beautiful. Okay, so that's good, and the rest is fine. Flight director, come on. We've got the runway track and the initial level all the way to the cruise, actually. We'll test the oxygen for what it's worth. No gimmicks today, so don't be overly concerned. We're gonna make it all the way to Green Bay. 3009 is set, 350 Toga is fine, and yeah, we'll do inches of mercury as well, 3009. Beautiful, and parking brake is set. Okay, let's move on with the timeline. Button. We'll accelerate.
Hi guys, can we start boarding now?
Yes.
Thanks.
Very nice, very nice. Let's do the boarding here. Not 500 passengers, maybe 35. Here we go. We've got 2 jetways there today. So it's going into L1 and L2. It's great. So yeah, that's the usual kind of configuration, I think, for the 777. You can't really board from the L3 because it's on the wing, and L4 and L5, unless there are like steps maybe for L5, but otherwise this is the usual stuff. So premium classes maybe boarding with L1, and then economy class L2. So you kind of maybe go through the back of premium and then into economy at the back. Oh, 2 weeks away from graduation. Are you finished with the writing of the thesis and all that stuff? Cool, so the boarding is on the way. Help is on the way. What can we do next? Oh yeah, we're gonna make her do the pre-flight flow. And we'll take the briefing tab and do the briefing. So we're gonna go from the gate with the transponder. So yes, reduce the thrust with flaps 5. It was, I believe. Yes, flaps 5 it is. The packs will be on. Anti-ice is now required. NEDP, yeah, it's not really required as well. 1500, 3000. We're gonna follow the SID, the Santana 2, with the King Carlos Santana waypoint. Very good, huh? Oh, you finished the first version and waiting for the feedback. That's good. And weather and terrain are the threats. That's just for FS2 crew. That's good. I remember when I did my dissertation, it was quite like a big thing to. And then the how you call that? The tutor or whatever, when I actually presented the dissertation said to me, the title is, you shouldn't have abbreviated the title or something. I said, well, if you had told me before I print everything out and make the booklet and everything, then I would have corrected that. You know, it's yeah, it's one of those things. So it's good that you get feedback, and then for the final version, at least the tutor has like looked at everything. When I did it, guys, hey, look at your front page. There's something wrong there. Like, well, don't wait for me to print out everything. Just tell me first. Yeah. Anyway, that was a while ago. All right. So Festuco is gonna finish the pre-flight flow, and then we'll be able to do the pre-flight checklist complete, or before juice.
I'm ready for the
checklist complete. I've got the juice going today. The big bottom. Hey, Simfan. Good morning. Long time no see. I hope everything is good. Everything is rocking. Here we are today in San Francisco. I love San Francisco. The UK comedian we used to say in his act that he had a dog that was trained to attack on the word dissertation. Rawr! Awoo! Woof, woof. That reminds me of a dog in the area here. Gosh, that dog, it should be... I'm not anti-animal, don't get me wrong, but that dog should be like put away somewhere. Anyway, that's life in community for you. Right, so let's do, yeah, that's checklist then. Pre-flight checklist.
Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Tested 100%. Flight instruments.
Heading 195, altimeter 3009. Altimeter 3009.
Happy to meet your captain.
Heading
Captain over.
19.
Gentlemen, welcome aboard.
Altimeter 3.
Captain, your navigator, Mr.
0,
Unger, and your
9.
first officer, Mr. Dunn. Unger,
Pre-flight checklist
over.
complete.
Done.
Hey, Swiss officer, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on board. Right, so pre-flight checklist complete. I'm not sure what's going on with the boarding. I'm not hearing the voices. Looks like it's done. Yeah, I got distracted. I didn't hear what was going on. So we'll start the APU. Start making some noise. And we'll do the performance at this stage then. Zero fuel weight. Where is the zero fuel weight? 221.8. So we'll enter 221.8. So we got 256.8, which is pretty much what I expected. Assumed temperature was 66, I think. So dogs are known to react to to a few words, and that'll be it. We're not very light. We're not very heavy. I mean, so the assumed temperature is still quite high. Flaps is 5. CG is 30%, so 4.75 units, and the speed should be 158, 161, and 165. That's what Mr. Boeing would give you in the aircraft in these current conditions. Alright, so we'll set V2 of 165 up here. And engage AirNav and VNav. We got the runway track and 350. Beautiful. Alright, should have the APU running. It is. Ground flight deck.
Go ahead.
Please disconnect the ground equipment.
Roger.
And let's accelerate the timeline once again. Gonna start making a speech. Welcome on board. Welcome on board.
Please place your smaller items under the seat in front of you to provide more room for larger items in our
Yes, of course.
compartments. If you need assistance, contact a flight attendant. If you are unable to accommodate any item in the cabin, please bring it to the boarding.
Hey, Rotterdammer, how are you doing?
Also, review
Before
the
coffee,
seat
checklist
card
complete.
in your seat pocket.
It's not coffee time anymore for me, so
The exit seating
I've had my 2 coffees. I'm good for today. Now it's before juice. Checklist complete. Hey. So, X3, yeah. You're gonna fly now? The only thing is I can't really wait for you, unfortunately, because I am supposed to be done in about 3.5 hours, 3 hours 45 max. And since the flight is quite long, I need to kind of get cracking. I don't want to be impolite or sound like I'm rushing, but you know, I'm tight for time. So.
Alright guys, everyone's seated. We're all buttoned up and ready to go in the back.
Thanks.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Very nice. So the doors should close. Let's have a look at the door status here. Oh, cool. I hope you get good news with the HR call. Fingers crossed. So we'll arm all the doors. Okay. So now let's go back to the outside and see if I can remove unducted jetways. Oh yeah, they're moving. Actually, you can do it as well, I think, with GSX, but... Okay, removing the bridge, that's a good sign. And... the menu bar. Okay, I'll have a look, Simfan. I'll look on the internet. Let me write the name of the guy. I'll have a look, see if I can find any sketches. And exit. Okay. Ground flight deck.
Go ahead.
Can we pressurize hydraulics?
Roger, you're cleared to pressurize the hydraulics.
Before start checklist. No. Before start procedure. No, doesn't want to. Yeah, that's why it should be. Before start procedure. Before start procedure.
Are we clear to pressurize?
Yes.
Okay.
She went partying last night. She's a little bit slower. Green Bay, Wisconsin, indeed. Clove the axolot. Green Bay, Wisconsin. Where we're expecting a little bit of snow. That would be exciting. And there should be 4.75 units on the trim. Which is down here.
I am ready for the checklist.
Before start checklist.
Before start checklist. Flight deck door. Closed and locked. MCP.
Set and checked.
Takeoff speeds.
Set and checked.
CDU preflight.
Completed.
Completed. Trim.
Set and checked.
Taxi and takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Before start checklist complete.
Beautiful. Right. Push and start. Ooh. Oh, the tug is going through the building there. Beautiful.
No, it's
Yeah.
It's dropping fast.
Lurk away, Rotterdam. Work away. Hey, Clove. Thank you very much for the follow.
Pilot, it's deflating.
Oh, your hometown. Nice. Very nice. I hope you're not awake at, what time is it over there? 4 o'clock in the morning or something? Or maybe you're working at night, or I don't know. Or obviously it could be elsewhere in the world. Microfly, good morning. San Francisco traffic, United 1234 pushing back from Fox 22. We are all deflating, yeah. We're all doomed. Ah. Nose to the left from here.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brakes.
Alright, parking brake released.
Racing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Let's make this one the legs page. Here we are. Start sequence is 1, then 2.
Check.
Start the left engine.
Starting left.
Good. Right, so the start switch up there is on start. And fuel control switch to
Oil
run.
pressure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight today. This is the lead flight attendant speaking. Please direct your attention to the cabin.
Oh, you just woke up. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit early.
Card in your seat pocket.
That's why I've got the daylight settings here, because otherwise most of the flight will be in the dark.
Regulations
So.
require compliance with this information as well as all crew instructions, lighted information signs, and posted placards.
It kind of struggles a little bit here the push, but it will push in the right direction because I tested it. So
To release your seatbelt, lift
famous
the
last words.
on the buckle. It is our policy that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times while seated.
That's it. Now it's coming
Doors
into
are
the
clearly marked with exit
correct
signs
push
and
direction.
instructions for door operation.
We get a bit of a puff of smoke. Beautiful.
Locate the exit nearest
The
you.
number
nearest
one is
exit
stable.
may be behind you.
And we'll start the number 2.
In an emergency, lights will illuminate the aisle.
Start the right engine.
Cabin is pressurized.
Starting
if there is
right.
a loss of cabin pressure, a panel will open and oxygen masks will appear. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and pull a mask towards you
here
to
we
start
go.
the flow of oxygen.
Oil pressure.
Oxygen will be flowing to the mask even though the bag may not inflate. Cover your nose and mouth with the mask. Place the elastic band around your head.
Over your nose and mouth with the mask.
Secure your own mask.
Crooner 777, you fell off the bed as well.
Seat
Good morning.
cushions may be used as a flotation device. Pull up and remove the cushion. Upon exiting the aircraft, place your arms around
What
the
time is it
cushion.
for you? Maybe an hour later. 5:30 in the morning. Good.
Smoking is not permitted in the cabin or lavatories.
You know, as early as clove.
Light buttons are located above your
If I'm correct on your time zone. So fingers crossed we'll get a bit of snow. I really hope for the snow in Green Bay. Legend, thank you very much for the
Set parking brakes.
gift to William, to Fabian, Coltrane, TB, and the Boost. Thank you, you're a legend. Let's set the parking brake.
Waiting your confirmation for
Parking
good
brake
engine start.
set. Thank you, sir. You're rocking, rolling. Confirm good engine start. Here we are. It's amazing, eh? Fantastic. Yeah, 5:30. Crooner 777. Well, I'm glad you're waking up to this beautiful San Francisco virtual morning on the 777 to Green Bay.
The stewardess said
And Jersey, thank you very much for the follow.
Can you fly this plane and land it?
Flaps 5.
surely you can't be
Flaps
serious.
5.
Unlocking
I am
gas.
serious. And don't call me
We'll
Shirley.
test the flight controls.
Tow truck
Up.
disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Down, left, and right. Reduce that bad boy again. Hello, Jersey from Finland. Good afternoon now, maybe? Or, yeah, afternoon, I think. In Finland. Just before lunchtime, Robert. Just before lunch. So you can take a lunch break and enjoy the flight to Green Bay.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
It's gonna give us a little wave. 1 wave. And 2 waves. Beautiful. Okay. So we'll check the rudder pedals. Left, center, right, and center. Before taxi checklist.
Before taxi checklist. Anti-ice. Auto. Recall. Checked. Flight controls.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Clear.
Before taxi checklist complete.
Clear left.
Clear right.
But not clear in the middle yet. Hey, Flight Sim Race, how you doing, mate? Good evening, I believe, for you. Yeah, I know, Clove. It's as I said, it's a fantasy flight. It's it should be okay for the runway itself. Fingers crossed. In Green Bay, because I think the runway is about 2,600 meters, so that should be good enough. On the ramp and everything, it's a little bit tight, but it should be alright. We'll work something out. The fantasy flight. San Francisco traffic, United 1234, taxiing to runway 28 left. Let's go. Let's go to Green Bay. Yeah, because I think from a point of view of commercial flights in Green Bay, I think most aircraft are those like Embraer, like regional jets. And there's very few direct flights, I think, to Green Bay. I think if you travel in the US, you have to go, as said earlier on, from Chicago or Detroit or maybe like Minneapolis, but direct flights to Green Bay, I think, are relatively rare. Right, here we are. Taxiing along. With VSTOL capabilities, no problem. Yeah, yeah. I'm not really sure what the score is for the football team and stuff, because I know that I think the football team has partnered with the airport to help, you know, the transfer of the team itself, and then some people and stuff like traveling around. I'm not really sure what the arrangement is and what kind of traffic they can have and all that stuff. Hey, flight simulation, HK, flight simulation, how are you doing? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm not really sure what the deal with with the 737 in MSFS. I'm not really sure. Or each package is independent, so you have to fork out for every single package. Oh well. Yeah, it doesn't come for free, that's for sure. It's good quality stuff though, but hey, San Francisco. Good to look where I'm going. The cabin was ready, yeah. Before takeoff, checklist. Before takeoff, checklist.
Before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist complete.
Checklist complete. San Francisco traffic, United 1234, crossing one left and one right. Yeah, don't see anybody here. So I don't know if KFC Turbo is on. We had a discussion on the Discord about, you know, having ATC for the streams, as I explained, you know, on Discord. I know that at this time to have ATC in the US is a bit of basically it's not happening, and even like in Europe, for example, at this time it's quite rare. It's a good time, I think, for Australia. For example, on that, I don't know if it's still going on, the Monday milk run. Around this time, it's good to have ATC in Australia, some parts of Asia, but I think in Asia it's a little bit more sparse, ATC-wise, and yeah, it's really luck of the draw, you know. This is not a very good time for ATC, unfortunately. But yeah, ATC in Australia is very good, because when I did those flights in Australia before, like this at this time, the guys are on, and it's very good. Oh, KFC Turbo, you're here. Cool. Good afternoon. Morning. It's amazing. They added up some buildings here. There's Marriott Hotel here and everything. It's in the scenery. It's fantastic. I think this is a place, a little town called Burlington, I think. Because San Francisco, like downtown San Francisco, is a little bit further back behind the aircraft. Oh, in Europe and America they are strict. It's a flight sim. Please give people gate of choice. Yeah, I think sometimes it's a matter of trying for the controllers to make it more realistic. So if you're flying a certain airline and they know where the airline is parking, then they try to send you to the parking area where the airline is going. But it's true, sometimes you know, it feels like going to the gate of your choice is okay, you know. But I think it's more for like an effort to make it a little bit more realistic and not just say, oh, taxi to gate of your choice. But beautiful morning. All right, let's go. Runway entry procedure.
Check. Clear on the approach.
Checkity check. So this is 28 left. That's the famous seawall in San Francisco. Let's go, let's go! To Green Bay. Green Bay, of course, is a small airport and there's nothing spectacular about Green Bay itself. Kind of turning blind, yeah, I knew I was kind of turning blind there. Let's tighten the turn again. That will do. Right, let's go. This is in sync, yeah. Yeah, good to go. Let's go, let's go. Take off.
Check.
Thrust ref.
Check.
Let's go, let's go.
Thrust set.
Please reassure that when I take off, I don't go, let's go, let's go.
80 knots.
Hold.
Check.
V1.
Rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up.
Climb. 400 feet.
Thrust ref.
Check.
Enough speed.
Check.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Check.
Right, so.
Climb.
Let's have a look. It's just in the turn there. You've got an amazing view of downtown San Francisco. Oops. For the moment, no, it's behind the hill there. In the distance, yeah. Windows 10, yeah. It's okay. I took a long time to actually move on to Windows 10, so Windows 10, yeah, it's okay. I mean, it does the trick. Right, so it's now lowering the nose. Flaps 1.
Speed check. Flaps 1.
Flaps up.
Speed check. Flaps up.
After takeoff, checklist.
After takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist complete.
Yeah, so you got the Golden Gate here with downtown San Francisco, as said, like northeast of this Bay of Lambda, this kind of peninsula at the top of the bay. Amazing. It's a very scenic departure. Yeah, here's the Golden Gate. Yeah, Linux will be I know it's maybe a little bit more advanced. I'm not familiar with all these operating systems, but I've met a guy who was swearing by Linux, so yeah, here's the Golden Gate. I think it was improved as well here. Alcatraz here. And downtown San Francisco. With all those piers on the water edge here. If you know San Francisco, you'll see you'll know what I mean. We have, I think, the baseball stadium somewhere around here, and the old Candlestick Park, which is not there anymore. But yeah, once again the bridge. Hopefully we are flying. It's not doing anything silly. Yeah, Alcatraz once again. The currents in the bay here are very strong, so it's not very far to swim to the shores, but the current is so strong that you'll probably drown or something.
10,000 feet.
All the piers here. Yeah, it's San Francisco. It's a beautiful area. And I think this is Oakland Airport over there. Ah, yeah, it's fine. We're still flying. The tracking is a little bit funny here. Oh, that was nice. The nice... Yeah, they've recreated all the piers here. If you walk from the bridge back, you've got like this kind of grassy areas and a bit like a golf course. It's not a golf course, I don't think, but it looks like it. and Alcatraz here. Fantastic. And then the I think this is Auckland Airport, and Auckland here. Fantastic. Well, that's nice. Nice views. I know it's all virtual and all that stuff, but you have to use your imagination a little bit. But it kind of is reminiscent of the place, though. If you're familiar with the place, it kind of it's a good illustration. Right, let's go to Green Bay now. Woohoo! Right, so the next thing is at 18,000 feet we'll reset standard. Seatbelt sign auto.
Seatbelt signs auto.
I was surprised actually when I did the flight plan. There's no much wind. I was expecting the flight to be a little bit shorter because normally there's a strong wind, you know, over like North America, but today it's relatively calm, so it's not gonna help too much. HK flight simulations. I'm French. I think my accent betrays me somehow, so so yeah, I'm French. Oh, it's snowing! Yes! Is it currently snowing? Oh, please keep the snow going. Keep the snow going. The latest weather report is still showing dry, but that was almost an hour ago. Oh, there's, yeah, on the ground, I'm sure it kind of lies on the ground for days, pretty much all winter. Right, so we're approaching transition. We'll reset the altimeters to standard. Because it's so cold that the snow doesn't really have time to melt, so the snow will stay on the ground. Obviously, you know, the snow is cleaned off the streets and the pavements and everything, but in the fields and other places, then it will remain pretty much all winter. Huh? 6 months of winter. Yeah. Gosh, I don't know. You guys live in like cold places like that. It's it looks like a very nice area actually, but in the summer only. I'm not a cold weather person, I have to say. Yeah, no, I don't know how you can do it. But it makes it, you know, since we are in that NFL theme, it makes you wonder, like, you know, how they can play in such like cold weather, because it must be quite difficult. I mean, obviously, when you are, you know, running about, you get a little bit warmer, but as soon as you stop, the cold must be like, I don't know. It's yeah, it's interesting. HK flight simulation. The 300ER is nice aircraft. It's a nice variant. We are talking about the word variant. It's a popular word at the moment. Variant. Which base is this? Is it Moscow? UI. Ah no, Yakutsk. -40. Gosh, you'll be breathing and your breath would like freeze. Moscow is snowing actually, yeah. -8 or -6. Yeah, it's a little bit more reasonable. Oh wow. -40. Good. That'll be chilly on the willy. Oh man. Imagine. -40. Gosh. Yeah, if HK Flight Simulation, if you're from the place with your username, then -10 is not something really that you'll ever experience, unless the world goes crazy. But to get -10 where you are is never gonna happen. Okay, well, yeah. So even more then, unless maybe you go in the mountains, like to a very north, like if you go like in the mountains, then obviously with the altitude, it gets what's this? It gets cold. But otherwise, at like sea level in India, yeah, it's tropical. Huh? I mean.
Bravo, Captain.
Oh, James, thank you very much for the follow. And Reclose, thank you very much. Hello, hello, hello. It's interesting, Twitch says first time chat. Hello, hello, from Reclose, I think. Hello, hello. Trees in the northwest desert have frost. Oh wow, mind you, in desertic areas, the temperatures can drop quite low because there's no cloud cover, and the heat kind of you know, goes back up and dissipates during the night mostly. So it can get cold in the desert. Yeah, yeah. It's amazing. You wouldn't think about it because you think of a desert with like high temperatures, but depending then on the geographical area and stuff, then it can get quite chilly. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You'll be in a very tropical area. As I said, the day you get frost, then it's not a good sign. Huh? Yeah, you must have like some single area kind of climate, some micro climates. Shall we do some music and external views? We love these, huh, don't we? Let's go, let's do that. Let's go! Let's go! Ah, fantastic. I like that one. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, microflight. Yeah, I think I heard them with FedEx, I think, and I saw the screenshot on Discord. Thanks for your clips your pics as well. Flight sim race. I see the doggy on Discord, and I'm not sure who that character is. There's a guy with a red suit and the car next to it. Almost at cruise. Good. You kidding me? We're getting a headwind now. Oh, come on. This is not natural. Right, so I think we'll increase the speed a little bit.
1,000 feet to level off.
Because cost index 250 is not giving decimal 85. No. I feel the need for speed. Oh, we're gonna fly on top of Reno in Nevada, I think. Carson City, Reno, cool. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, 250. 250 is a good cost index. Fuel is very cheap here in the simulator. Maybe not for the airlines, but fuel is very cheap in the simulator. So let's see actually if we keep increasing the cost index, if we make it 500, if it's gonna change the speed or if it just gives up. Oh yeah, it's increasing. So let's make it a little bit more then. Let's make it 750. Gosh. But these, the speeds, yeah. The speed it gives me here is not realistic though. Because cost index 750, you'll be flying like a maniac here. You'll be flying at decimal 86 or decimal like 865 or something crazy like that. That'll be good. That will do. Decimal 853. The fuel is good on arrival, 10.8. And an Airbus 750 will be supersonic. Yeah, no, this one it doesn't. It's not realistic. I'm not sure what the cutoff point is, but the cost index doesn't give like a realistic speed here when you increase it. So let's see. Cost index 750 is decimal 853, and we've got 10.8 on the fuel. Because fuel-wise as well, it will be like a huge penalty. So let's go back. If we say 250, 250 is decimal 841 and 10.9 on the fuel. Okay, and if we put, I'm just playing around here, I just want to see a little bit. 120. Oof. So 836, 11 tons. Oh. I sincerely believe there wouldn't be only a 200 kilo penalty on the fuel between cost index 120 and cost index 750. So let's see how far we can go with this one. Can I go to 9999? Yes. Decimal 875. You're flying on the barber pole there. I don't think it will go to 10,000. I don't think 10,000. I don't think it's gonna take it. No. 9999 is the maximum here. I believe it's the same in the aircraft as well. Not that we ever fly so fast, but I will keep it like this. That's good. Let's keep it rock and rolling like this. It's a long flight, so we need to gain 1 or 2 minutes here and there. Oh gosh. No, usually in the aircraft we don't fly too fast. The fuel is it's become expensive again. Actually, I've not looked for quite some time at the IATA fuel website. IATA fuel monitor, yeah.
Bravo, Captain.
And Tom, thank you very much for the follow.
Fort Lauderdale with a little detour to Kuujjuaq.
Oh, Kuujjuaq.
Shut your face, Henri. Smooth, Captain.
The oh so famous Kuujjuaq. Let's see if I can put Chrome on. No. Hold on. Gonna try to put this website on. Because fuel has become expensive again. Definitely has. Oh, here it is. So yeah, that IATA website, this is, I understand, kind of official enough. The price of fuel. How much is it? Oh, dollars per metric ton. It is expensive, man. Ooh. 700. In Asia, 760. In Europe, 800. North America, 800. Wow, this is very expensive. I'm really surprised. At the beginning of COVID, it went down very low there. And now look how far it's gone back up. So all this to basically say that fuel is expensive, so we don't fly very fast. You know, the cost index is very often below at least like 100, you know. We don't fly any faster than that. Unless you're getting late and they want you to pick up a little bit of time, but otherwise. Ralba, when is the step climb to 370? I don't think I'll climb, to be honest. But for the moment, it's giving us the indication to climb in about half an hour, but I think I'll stay at 350. We'll see how it goes. The new Boom SST, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Is it the one that United have ordered, yeah? There was a few months ago a big kind of publicity campaign about United pioneering this this new aircraft. Hopefully it can be good, even if it doesn't fly to Mark II. If it flies maybe to to 1.5 or 1.7 or something, it would be good. The one big obviously question is the efficiency fuel-wise, and also how many passengers you can take, because the problem with the Concorde was that it was fuel thirsty, of course, with all the afterburners, and also the cabin in itself was quite small, so I think they could only take about 100 passengers, and they had to charge a lot of money for, at the end of the day, something in the cabin that was almost like being on a bus. There was nothing really fancy in the cabin on the Concorde. I've not flown Concorde as a passenger, of course, but I've been to one of those static displays, and when you're in the cabin, it's quite tight, and the seats they've got nothing fancy to the seats. It's not like those fancy seats nowadays on, you know, the long-haul airlines where you've got like a reclining bed and all sorts of like fancy-nancy things. On the Concorde, it was very basic, so I think at some point, like, it doesn't offer also like too much value for money. So apart from the fact that you can travel across the Atlantic in like 3 hours, but so they'll have to find like a way to make it, you know, a little bit bigger, take many passengers, maybe at least have a capacity for, I don't know, 150, 200 people, something like that, and then make it a little bit more comfortable as well, and obviously relatively fuel efficient. Bad days for Ryanair. Yeah, of course, like airlines rely on fuel being cheap so that they can cut off on the costs, because fuel is, along with paying staff, fuel is always the main, if not the second, you know, expenditure for an airline. So if fuel is cheap, then they have less costs, you know, and vice versa. When fuel like comes up, then the costs are like rising as well for the airlines, and then the bottom line is hit. So X3, that's a very good question. I'm not sure yet. The forecast seems to indicate it's gonna change to runway 18, which is RNAV approach, but it depends when the change is gonna take place and to what extent is gonna take place, because we can still go on runway 36 with tailwind, but use the ILS there. So we'll see once we get closer. Yeah, the 747s are like a dying breed, you know. A lot of airlines have also pretty much, you know, retired the 380 as well. So like 4 engines aircraft are not doing very well, you know. And all of this because of fuel, of course, because 4 engine aircraft, as you can imagine, burns maybe not twice the amount of fuel than like something like a 777, but maybe 1.5, 1 3/4 more, you know. So I'm not sure X3 about the sound alerts. Some of the alerts came through earlier on with Ralba when he gifted the subs, and what else did we have? I think when you renewed your subscription as well, I think we had the music, and some of the follows as well are coming through, but maybe others aren't. I'm not really sure. Yeah, Fred 77 whiskey. It's true. They have to try to find a way to make it sustainable, you know, for the future. It's the fancy thing at the moment. At least make it like what they call carbon neutral, so that you maybe pollute a little bit, but then you have to find ways to compensate that pollution, which at the end of the day, it's all you need is more trees and being able to absorb the carbon from the atmosphere, which is not an easy thing to do. Well, I was shocked, and I mean, I'm not like a green activist or anything like that, but I was shocked, like once flying over the Amazon, to see like how much of the Amazon is actually cut. there were like huge portions of like forest like being totally cut, and then you could see also in the middle of the forest a lot of cut portions, so it kind of from the air looked like stumps, and loads of these like cut sections as well. And you think, man, this is not good, you know, because at the moment it's just like those deforested areas, they just look like empty, or this, well, from the air it's hard to see, but and you think this is not good, man. The Amazon, you know, is the lungs of the earth, and they are cutting all the trees, you know, there. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Yeah, an electric aircraft is obviously a good alternative, X3, but how can you, with electricity, get like an aircraft, for example, even like a 737? How can you get a 737 in the air with electric engines? I mean, because the amount of thrust produced by these engines, and obviously they are using fuel, I don't know how it can be replicated with electricity. I mean, I'm not an engineer, so I mean, I wouldn't have a clue, but it does make you think, you know, how do you create that amount of thrust? Musk. Oh god, Musk. I have to say, I'm not really keen on that guy. These are the kind of guys I'm not really keen on. I might be like old-fashioned or something like that, but the likes of Elon Musk and stuff, these guys will... I don't know. I don't trust these guys. Yeah, it's true, Clover. A lot of thrust is made with like pressure and differences of pressure, so that you know, you create that difference in pressure, and then that acts as pushing force. But yeah, with electricity, then I don't know. Oh yeah, KFC Turbo. I mean, the Concorde, the takeoff was spectacular, because it needed like so much thrust. I think they were using afterburners, and you must have seen like videos of the Concorde taking off, and they were counting like 3, 2, 1, and then, you know, switching on the afterburners, and it was like something absolutely like you know, horrendous in terms of noise and stuff. It's like crazy. I would be curious actually to know how much fuel they were burning just for the takeoff and then the initial part of the climb. Then I think they could turn off the afterburners, so fuel would have gone a little bit better. But initially, those engines is like a fighter jet almost. How do you do those green circles on the ND? That's a good question. Let's go back in. So on the navigation display, if you want to do the circles, for example, we'll do a circle on this airport there. I'm not really sure what airport it is. Keiko. So you go into the FMC, go into the fix function there, fix info, and the fix prompt here, enter the airport code. We'll enter Keiko. So now there's a little green circle, but I'm sure that's not what you want to do. So if you want to enter, let's say like a 20-mile circle over the airport, then you put /20, because the slash kind of and then the number make it for the distance, because you've got bearing and distance. So the distance is the second part of the input. So if you put slash and then 20, it's just gonna give you the basically the circle over the airport. So now you've got a 20-mile circle over the airport. If you want to add like a 40-mile ring, then same thing, 40, like this. And then the bearing, if you want, you can do 250. So then it draws a line from the airport 250 degrees away from the airport here. But yeah, the question was originally on the circle, so that's how you do it. The question was from the killer country. It's doing well so far. Arrival and 2 hours and 25 minutes, something like that. I'll go for a little break at some point as well, go for a little stretch, go to the bathroom or whatever. which we all do, and then be back for more action. Yeah, X3, you're right. They can make nuclear-powered submarines, yeah. And aircraft carriers. The one thing is that the amount of power created for a submarine or for an aircraft carrier. Is it the same amount of power like needed for an airliner? I'm not really sure. Plus, on a submarine, or even more so on an aircraft carrier, maybe you've got more space to actually have, you know, the nuclear reactors and everything. Whereas on an aircraft, can you get like a nuclear reactor in the actual engine pods? If you see what I mean. If you still like use like you know, you have the engine side, well, the engine itself. So in the engine pod, can you put like a nuclear reactor in there that will be able to provide the necessary amount of power? That's the good question. I don't know. Oh, Taffers, you saw two Concords take off from Yeovilton. I'm not really sure how you pronounced Yeovilton. The sound was amazing. Yeah, it's like a fighter jet, basically. And then that's true, yeah, Clover, because on a submarine or an aircraft carrier, I'm sure you need to have the personnel to look after the reactor and stuff, whereas on an aircraft, how would you manage that? And then, of course, you're absolutely right, Clover, you have the risk in case of a crash, then not that obviously you're counting on an aircraft crashing, but same as you don't really count on a submarine. Or I think on a submarine it's maybe a little bit more contained, and yeah, you know, I don't think that they would think the same way in terms of risks. But it's true, in an aircraft, if there's like a crash or something, then that would like be a biohazard, you know, site, and then yeah, it's no good. The site will be irradiated indeed. So I'm not sure. They'll have to come up with something at some point, because if they say that oil is becoming a bit of a resource in extinction, you know, if the reserves of oil are slowly but surely depleting, if that's the correct word, then at some point when we don't have oil anymore, they have to find new ways of, you know, having propulsion. And so I don't know what the answer to that is. I think they must be working on something, and at the same time I think they still think that since it's maybe 50 years away or something, that at the moment there's maybe not like a big rush for it. I don't know. Hey TB, talking about Concorde, I was just born. Yeah. That's the thing also with Concorde, is that it was designed I think in the 50s and 60s, so It was old technology, and that's why I'm surprised that apart from the boom SST we talked about, that so far there's nothing really that replaced the Concorde, because Concorde was based on 1950s, 1960s technology, and with the technology we have nowadays, you know, it's really surprising that nothing has been done to make a replacement for Concorde. So I don't know, it's really strange. KFC Turbo, how much would lead shielding weight for a nuclear powered plane? Yeah, I'm not really sure, like the reactor in itself, how much it weighs as well. I mean, that's the thing, you know, there were, I think I'd heard about with electric planes you need like huge batteries, and those batteries would obviously like be quite heavy, so how much weight penalty are you willing to take? What sort of thrust are you going to be able to produce? And because, like, for example, for an aircraft like even for 737, but imagine for a 777, the amount of thrust that is produced by those engines to produce a similar amount of thrust with batteries, with electricity, would, I don't know. Yeah, X3. That's I think that's what the main problem is the size of the batteries, the way to store all the electricity. The electricity might be storable, but the size needed is maybe too much, you know. So I think they'll have to find ways to it's a bit like a zip folder on the computer, to compress the size of things and then be able to expand it as it's being used, or I don't know. Or the ion engine, yeah. There'll be a lot of chemistry and physics involved, that's for sure. But they're also working on biofuels, I think. So fuel not based on oil, you know, the way we know it, but based on other types of oil made up of, I don't know if it's, I was going to say maybe something stupid, but made of like vegetables or whatever, you know, those biofuels as well. And I think some flights have actually already taken place with those biofuels. So that's maybe like a solution. If you can replace the oil-based fuel with those biofuels, then maybe those big engines can still work with those biofuels. The only thing then is the culture and the treatment of those second generation fuels, or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. But the one thing is sure is that at some point I'll probably be dead, but but at some point in the future, like in maybe 50 years or 100 years from now, there'll definitely be a need for replacing the current technologies, that's for sure. But you have to think as well that in 50 years, let's say, the progress made would have been also quite big, so maybe they will find a way to do all that. Biofuels are definitely great, but then the cost problem will still be a thing. So yeah, maybe in the future they'll manage to bring the fuel, the cost down. So maybe that will improve, because all those new technologies initially come up with a high cost, and then as they slowly but surely become a little bit more manageable and a little bit more common, then the price goes down. So maybe in the future that will be possibly an option, you know, and then it will become more manageable. Oh, biofuel plane was flown over the F1 race in Saudi last year. Oh wow. Yeah, I've heard of a few flights like this with biofuel. So, but to be honest, I'm not very familiar with the way you know, with biofuel and what it's made up of and all these things. I just heard about the discussion. I think for the moment it's still not needed, you know, because I think there's plenty of oil reserves and stuff, but in the next maybe 50 years, 80 years or whatever, it might become a problem. A diesel engine, when it was invented, was designed to run on used veggie oil. There you go. The oil you use to fry your food is being recycled, and off you go. That's a lot of frying oil to be used. I know, I believe you, KFC Turbo. Yes, Ralba, there's a farm still in Narita. Narita, and yeah, Narita is the airport in Tokyo in the countryside. So in Tokyo you've got two main airports. You've got Haneda, which is near the harbor, but kind of in downtown Tokyo. And then you've got Narita, which is a little bit on the outside in the countryside. So when they decided to set up Narita Airport, they had to expropriate some of the farmers, basically ask the farmers to move, you know, obviously to have the land available for the airport. But one guy refused to move, so he's still like sitting in the middle of the airport somewhere in between taxiways or runways or something, and yeah, he's still living there. So that is a true story. Yeah. He still has his farm in the middle of the airport. I don't know if we can find a reference to that. But that is a true thing. He refused to take the money and decided to stay at the airport. Must be a noisy life though, living in the middle of an airport. It's just the top of the article. Here is one man lives and farms in the middle of Tokyo Narita Airport. Yeah. While land for the airport was initially acquired from its owners, by 1971 the Japanese government began expropriating, that's correct, yeah, property. And then there were clashes and some people were killed and everything because there was a bit of a revolution, and 5 households still live in Narita Airport grounds. Yeah, it's crazy. So it's definitely a true thing. Yeah, I'm not sure how he manages to get in and out of his farm. There must be a little link road somewhere, or I don't know. I just hope that he's not also living in some sort of a bubble, and he's not surrounded by barbed wire and the likes, you know, because from a security point of view, they can't let this guy kind of, mind you, they must know about him and he must like be watched a little bit to make sure that, but you see what I mean, from a security point of view, he can't be allowed to run around the airport and do whatever he wants to do. So there's probably some sort of a fence, and maybe he's got like a specific like way out and in of the airport perimeter. I'm not really sure how it works, but I hope he's not like surrounded by barbed wire and fences and stuff, because that would be a bit of a shitty life if you live, you know, in the middle of barbed wire and fences. It would be a bit like living in a prison. Yeah, give way to the tractor coming from left to right and then taxi to holding point. Yeah. I will be a little bit like that. Clover, you heard an engine company owns a 747 that runs on biofuel. There you go. There's another example of it. Taffers, it's a very big thing in the south of England. You mean the biofuel, yeah? Yeah, KFC Turbo for like parking at the airport. He doesn't have very far to go indeed. It's parking at the airport is not a major problem. Maybe he can walk to the airport or something. Good for him. At the end of the day, if he was allowed to stay, you know, I think I'd watched that program actually, the one that was showing on the web page there displayed, and I think that yeah, he refused to take the money. He said, no, I'm not taking the money. I think the farm belonged to the family for a couple of generations at least, and they didn't want to lose the family farm. So the guy said, no, there you go. We're not doing anything you want. We're just staying in the farm. The farm is a family farm. It's been in the family for like 2 or 3 generations. I don't want your money. I don't want to move. I'll stay where I am. And yeah, fair dues to him, you know. That's good. Stick it to the man. Ralba posted a photo on Discord. Cool. The Narita farmer. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's put that in the middle. Yeah, that's the. If you make it, yeah, here it is. So that's the the farm in the middle of the airport. You can see the taxiways and stuff around. Looks like a couple of bridges or whatever. Yeah, it's amazing. Good for him, man. Good for him. Stay where you are. Fantastic. Way to go, huh? We're starting to get a little bit of tailwind now. It's not too much. 29 knots. It's pathetic. We should have like 80, 90, 100. It's jet stream area here normally. Gosh. $370 now. Yeah, it's. This is not good. What we can try to do, something I've never tried before, is the cruise CG. The cruise CG is normally left on here on that default 7.5%, and that's supposed to be able to open up a little bit the maximum level. So I don't know, if we put 30%, it should increase the max, but I don't know if it's gonna do it or not. No, it's not changing anything, because in the aircraft it would definitely increase the max, because it kind of calculates in particular the maximum level in relation to the CG of the aircraft. So there will be normally the airlines have a default value which kind of represent 95% of operations or whatever. So they think, okay, if the aircraft is normally loaded with a CG of 26, 28% or whatever, then we'll make this the default, you know, CG value. And if there are variations, as long as it's not extreme, then it's a ballpark figure and everything is okay. But yeah, here it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, microflight on the 200 LR, so the freighter as well. Very often it defaults to 14%. But here it's not changed anything. I'm surprised. So this is not simulated, you know, you can change the number, but it's not actually doing anything to the simulation. It's fair enough. At the end of the day, you know, as we said before, this is not supposed to be a simulator of the actual aircraft. It's just like a representation of it. Hey, Sliman, good evening. How are you doing? Welcome back. I hope everything is okay. Where are we actually here? Oh, is that Salt Lake City, KSLC? So yeah. Here's Volanta. Here we left from San Francisco. Yeah, push back, taxied out to the runway. Yep, like this. Then go airborne. Oh yeah, I talked about that place. Oh no, it's not Burlington, it's Burlingame. Same thing, almost. Took off around San Francisco, yeah. Flew over the Golden Gate here. Golden Gate Bridge. We had Oakland, Berkeley here, okay. Sacramento. Okay. Then Nevada, yeah, Salt Lake City there, so that's correct. Then we're gonna head towards Wyoming, wow. Casper there. It's the Rapid City. South Dakota. Oh, that sounds very French. Eau claire. Ah oui oui. Clear water and then Green Bay. Where's Minneapolis? Maybe further down, I don't know. Anyway, we're kind of traveling through the West and the Midwest here today. So. Simfan, any news about the 777X? No, not much going on at the moment. I think they're still testing the aircraft. Well, Boeing is still testing the aircraft for certification for the aircraft to enter service. The last I heard a few months ago was 24. So in 2 years from now. So yeah, it's not for tomorrow basically. But I've not heard much. There's not been much in terms of news with the 777X. No worries, Sliman, listening to the audio. No worries. If you're driving, you don't want to be distracted by by a video thing. Yeah, I can understand that. MSCP-004. I thought I had you as a friend already on Volanta. But I can't see you anymore. I'm puzzled. MSCP-004. I thought I had you. But the friend request is not showing at the moment. Try again, maybe, I don't know. But I really think that I had you already, so I'm surprised. I don't know. It's one of those things, eh? Right. You're gonna think, oh man, he's going on about his snow in Green Bay, but let's see. No, still not snowing. Knew that was almost an hour ago. What was the name of the place with minus 40? Maybe I can go to that place on stream one of those days. gosh, I don't know how you would fly to such places. Ooh, Let me take a note of the code. Yakutsk or something like that. Ooh, Yeah, Moscow is ooh. Minus 39 and fog. Gosh. The fog would, because there's a lot of moisture content, obviously it's like freezing fog. Is not described here as freezing fog, or maybe there's no more water, it's maybe too dry, but fog, usually it's supposed to be quite a lot of moisture in the air, so the fog would stick to your face and then would form some sort of like frost on your face and on your so freaking cold. Gosh, imagine that. I don't even know, maybe if you could drink, you would have to keep the water like warm, and if you were like trying to pour like water and like and have a little bit of the water like flowing into your mouth, maybe it would freeze. It wouldn't have time to get to your mouth, that it would freeze. Triple Seven Bob, how you doing? It's a perfect destination for a nice vacation. What if you do a pee? Would the pee freeze? I mean, it's coming out of your body at body temperature, so let's say like 37 degrees Celsius. But by the time it gets to the ground, will it like freeze? You see what I mean? Sorry, it's a little bit, I know it's the references there a little bit, but you see what I mean. Like on minus 40, it's so cold. Things would like freeze pretty much instantly. I don't know how people can live in places like that. It's I'm doing well, thank you very much, 777 Bob. What about you? You ready for a vacation in Yakutsk or whatever the name is? Must be somewhere in Siberia, I would imagine. Yeah, for some people, I guess, yeah, there's no choice. It's wherever they ended up, and in the glory days, sometimes, yeah, they didn't have a choice. If you refer to the Gulag and all these places in Siberia, yeah. Indeed. That's where they ended up, but gosh. Alright, talking about juice. Let's get some juice. Time for juice. Cheers. Oh man. Yeah, and that's Salt Lake City. You see the lake? Ah no, it's cloudy. Oh yeah, maybe here, there's a break. Oh yeah, it's the big lake. So the other day on stream, we found the boundary between the wintry scenery here and the kind of dry bit in the US. It was kind of somewhere, can't remember exactly where, but we found it. Oh, cheers, 777 Bob. Cheers. Yeah, TB, that's what I was saying. How do you pee if it's minus 40, minus 50? By the time I kind of get halfway to the ground or whatever, it's, if you're outside, of course. If you're inside, hopefully it's you're in like in a warm environment or warm enough But when you're outside, if you need to pee outside, sorry to be graphic, but don't report me. Oh, this guy is talking about pee, and yeah, by the time it reaches the ground, the chances are I might freeze. It won't freeze instantly because, as I said, I would assume. But remember that to assume is to make an ass of you and me. But I would assume that as it comes out of, you know, at body temperature, initially it's warm enough not to freeze. But by the time it drops, you know, it takes a second or two. Then maybe it has time to freeze. Anyway. 777 Bob, go to Yakutsk and do the experiment for us on your vacation. And report back, please. Anybody wants to go and do the experiment? No? Oh, it's okay at altitude. It's okay at 777 Bob. You can have all you want. We are in no man's land here at 35,000 feet. UNNT. -11, a bit of snow. Where is that? That's again somewhere in old Russia. But where exactly, I wouldn't know. Novosibirsk. Gosh. It's a fuel stop, yeah? For the cargo boys, yeah? Nice. Mind you, yeah, when you if you come back, let's say from China or from Japan, and to go back into Europe, you'll go up towards the north of Russia. So if there's a place somewhere up there, middle of the country, used by the 747 cargo, yeah. Gosh. But these places in the winter must be a little bit more difficult to access, and the summer is probably okay, but in the winter to go and operate in these places just for a fuel stop, if it's snowing, if then on departure you have to de-ice and all that stuff, it's a lot of complications. So unless operationally it's necessary to stop there, and there's not a lot of other options around, but otherwise it's not very convenient. Ah, okay, so they kind of stay on the aircraft, yeah, and everything is done from the outside, and no walk around. Gosh, that's good. But still, you know, as I said, if it's snowing or if there's still a little bit of snow on the taxiways, on the runway, they have to. It doesn't make it easy to operate. If you see what I mean, just makes life a little bit more difficult. Yeah, that's not the type of exotic places that I like, that's for sure. Shall we get some lunch?
Hello?
Some lunch, please.
You bet. I'll be up in just a minute.
Or breakfast. I don't know if they offer breakfast. Lunch and dinner, I think definitely. Breakfast, I'm not sure. Simfan, have you ever found a problem on a walk around? No, I would say it's relatively rare, but you can see and spot like a few things. For example, there could be a little slash on the tires, but not like the tire like being
Hey guys, I've got
halfway
your crew meals
bust.
here and a few drinks too. Which one of you guys ordered the caviar?
I did. Thanks.
Sure, anytime.
Anytime, anytime.
Checked.
So yeah, nothing really significant. If you have bird strike, you can find like, you know, bits of like feathers and a bit of blood, you know, in the engine or something. What else? Yeah, but nothing significant. Well, a burn in an engine is significant enough, I guess, but otherwise on a normal routine walk around, the aircraft has been flying like a couple of hours before it gets to the before you actually do the walk around. If you take the aircraft at base, or if you fly a turnaround, then yeah, everything is usually good. But remember, you know, you sometimes there can be a doubt about, you know, little things. So if there's a doubt, you can ask the engineer to confirm. Oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? The guy will go and have a look, say, oh yes, you're right, or no, it's okay. You know, so. Favorite weather conditions? Snow? 777 Bob? I don't mind snow, but I'm not a big fan of cold weather, so yeah, just between 20 and 26, 27 degrees is nice weather, you know. Keep it dry. 20, 25. 25 is ideal. So you're not too hot, you're not too cold, you know, that's good. Oh, 777 Bob, they used to stop serving booze on United when flying over Utah, yeah? Is that what you mean? Clover, yes, I am. Yeah, I am. Ah, it was a joke. Okay, yeah. No, I think in relation to the Utah thing, because, you know, they've got like a few principles, religious things or whatever. But I thought maybe to respect that, United was stopping, you know, booze when flying over Utah. Ah, okay. Salt Lake City is Utah, isn't it? Excuse my dodgy geography. Any tips on the flight training process? Certainly. I'm not too familiar with the way things work in the US, but I think there are similarities. Have you started any training at all, or are you still thinking about it? Big Delta Hub and SkyWest HQ. Is that in Salt Lake City, yeah? Yeah, Salt Lake City is a big airport. It's got quite a lot of stuff going around. I think what you can do, Clover, is to start with your private pilot license. Even before that, actually go for one of those trial lessons. You go with an instructor for like an hour or something on a light aircraft, of course, like a Cessna 152 or Cessna 182 or something like that. Go up for like an hour, see if you like it or not. You know, you might be surprised sometimes. Even though you're interested in simulation and stuff, maybe flying the actual thing you will find weird, or I don't know. But yeah, go for it. Go for like, you know, that trial lesson. See how you like it. I'm sure you will. But some people, like being in an actual aircraft, they might find it, you know, not to their liking. It might be like, you know, you may get like motion sickness. You may get, I don't know. Not that I'm trying to put you off. But yeah, go for that trial lesson, and then if you like it, then go for your private pilot license. I'm sure there'll be plenty of places where you can do that in your area. And yeah, take it from there. See how well you're progressing with the private pilot license, and after that, yeah, try to do the. If you still like it, if that's really what you want to do, then you can do the pilot, the commercial pilot license, and then do all the professional ground exams as well, because there's a lot of theory involved, so you'll need to do these as well. And also, before going any further in the flight training, at least to avoid any disappointments later on, is to do your I think it will be the same equivalent in the US, to do a class 1 medical, so the medical license to be able to fly professionally. Get that out of the way so that you can, you know, you can fly professionally, and you're not gonna invest into professional training and then have it all wasted. So go and do your medical first, and yeah, and then take it from there. I'm not sure if they are like
the autumn wind.
Hey, amplify
just for fun. He'll knock you round and
thank you very much for the raid
when he's conquered and won.
Thank you, sir.
Flight 209.
Hopefully everything is good.
LA departure frequency.
Glow Phantom, thank you very much for the follow.
Roger.
Roger.
Request vector. Over.
Hello.
Flight 209er clear for vector 324.
Waterbill, thank you.
Roger,
Hello.
Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Roger.
Bravo, Captain. Hein?
Oui, oui.
Routine flight to Fort Lauderdale.
How are you doing, Amplify? I hope everything
Shut
is
your
good.
Face, Henri. Smooth, Captain. Very smooth.
Roger.
Tower, this is Ghost Rider requesting a flight.
And your Waterbill, thank you very much for the follow. And was the Captain Aaron, thank you very much for the follow as well.
Sorry, Goose, but it's time to
Back
bust
on
the
board.
tower.
Yeah, doing well, thank you very much. Just flying along today to Green Bay on a fantasy flight, so not really a place for 777 to fly to, but we can do it as a big enough runway. So yeah, it's looking good so far. We're still pretty much halfway along, I think. So it's not the current time, but what time is it in the sim? Yeah, still about an hour and a half to go, so yeah, pretty much halfway, just after halfway. So far so good. We were talking about cold weather, which we had like places in Siberia, huh? Minus 40.
You enjoy the rest of
Gosh.
your flight. By the way, is there anyone on board who knows
Peter,
how to fly
thank you very much
a
for
plane?
the follow. Welcome board. I don't know if you could take your beer, 777 Bob, in minus 40 in this ideal vacation place. The beer would freeze probably at minus 40. I know sometimes if I try to cool down the beer in the freezer and you forget about the beer in the freezer, then the beer will definitely freeze in the freezer. So, and minus 40, the beer wouldn't go very far. So there you go. That will spoil the vacation. Imagine that, a vacation without beer. It's like a song without music, or like a meal without cheese. Yeah, you would have to start a fire. Yeah, but would you be able to? The wood would be when you're out in the fields in minus 40 in the wild of Siberia. All the wood and all the bits and pieces will be frozen. You'll have to live the wild life. Gosh. Have to stop a little bit. See, this guy is cuckoo. My juice will definitely freeze, that's for sure. At least with beer there's a bit of alcohol content, sorry, so that I kind of slows down the freezing process, but That's a good idea. You stay in the hotel room, comfortable, with you know, all the modern facilities, Wi-Fi, you know, heating. You get your room service with a nice little tray and all the cutlery and stuff, and watch your favorite show. Yeah. You don't want to live the original kind of local life, huh? Stay comfortable, indeed. I can sympathize with that. Oh, we're getting a little bit more wind now. It's we'll get there in no time now. Over Wyoming, gosh. Well, you mentioned to me Wyoming and Dakota and stuff. It's kind of sounds like the arsehole of the world a little bit. There's not much going around in these areas. But it must be actually fascinating to go and see those places, because that's still probably retained the old ways of the US, if you see what I mean, if that makes sense. In Yakutsk, they leave the cars running because otherwise they won't start. Gosh, imagine that. Yeah, that's something else. In these cold places, like in the morning, to get the car going, you have to scrape the ice and warm up the engine a little bit if it does start, and even when it starts, for the car to heat up a little bit, so that when you sit in the car and drive away, you're not freezing in the car until, you know, to get everything warmed up. Gosh, imagine. No, even the Mongols wanted to stay up there. Imagine. Gosh. Even the Eskimos don't want to be up there. Huh? Yeah. No disrespect to the Eskimos, by the way. But yeah, the Eskimos don't want to live in these places. Gosh. They were just over the mountains to the south. Good. Clever people, eh? Head in a more hospitable location. You don't want to freeze your balls up there, like move south. It's a good idea. I like that. I like the thinking. It's good. Resourceful people, huh? Yeah. But then you've got the flip side of the coin, where people are living in like very hot areas, where it's not always easy to manage. You know, if it's 45, 50 degrees, it's not always pleasant as well. So it's, but I don't know. Sometimes I would think that it's maybe easier to live in a hot area, where maybe you can, I don't know, you can go to the beach, you can go to a swimming pool. Obviously indoors you would have air conditioning, but even when you're outside, if it's hot, you can drink, you can, like, I don't know, I said, go to a swimming pool, like whatever, like get fresh. But when it's cold, yeah, of course you can wrap up and wear several layers of, you know, you can wear like 3 jumpers if you want, but you still feel cold. So I don't know what the worst is, but I think cold is hard. It's a hard thing to put up with. Heat, you can still like eat an ice cream, you know I love ice cream. You can have an ice cream, you can drink cold water, whatever. You'll be sweating like a pig, but cold, yeah, man. If you sit outside for like 2 or 3 hours and even like minus 5 or -10, gosh. Yeah, I agree. 45 is bearable. In the shade. Not for too long, but anyway, it's... As I said, you wouldn't stay like in these extreme temperatures, but like hot or cold for too long. But if you were to stay in the heat, I think for let's say an hour, I think it's more bearable than to stay in the heat for like in the cold, sorry, for like for an hour as well. Yeah. And have a nice barbecue. Yeah, yeah. We love barbecues. Hey, Aniru, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice to have you here. Welcome to the Fantasy Flight United 1, 2, 3, 4. It's good counting, eh? 1, 2, 3, 4 to Green Bay. Was 50 degrees here on Friday. Wow. Driver of the bus. Gosh. Yeah, 50 degrees is it's hot indeed. I hope you have good air conditioning. Oh, KFC Turbo, you're rocking it. 20 tier 1 subs to the community. Gosh. What have you done? Gosh. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're rocking it. Mighty Bitches, Morgie, Lewis, 777 Bob, Cyberdami, Prime Tap, Aiden, MSCP004, 747 Blake, Mortis Simmer, Kensky Rider, Honorville, Ant FS, Nokia, 3 Shy, Brew Crew, Next Generation Flights. Ça va, ça va? Samus, Samus. Radar Contact and Ice Burned. Gosh. And Airbear 9 also. Oof. Ooh, lo, 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 lo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gosh. I'm gobsmacked. Oh man, very kind of you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Wow, I'm floored there. I don't know what to say anymore. Oh, you in Western Australia? Yeah, it can get very hot there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's January, so yeah, that's the summer down there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's the maximum altitude for restarting a 777 engine? That's a good question. I'm not gonna do any manipulations here now because the other day when I don't know if you remember, when I tried to fail one of the electrical systems, the whole thing went toof, and even the ram air turbine deployed. So today I'm not gonna try to fail an engine and then restart it or whatever. But to restart an engine, there will be very often an indication as to what altitude and what speed you need to restart the engine. So yeah, that it will show you on the iCast there on the display. KFC is a weapon. It's a lethal weapon. It's fantastic. I said I'm like totally like floored. I'm totally gobsmacked. I don't know what to say, man. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Anybody go 100k points for an engine failure? Yeah, I kind of increased the points. Well, not like recently, it was a long time ago. Just to limit the amount of failures and stuff. They don't want too much excitement, huh? Anyway, today I want to get from A to B. I want to get to Green Bay, so no gimmicks. Let's increase again the cost index. We'll make it 900 now. Let's see. What? The simulate 49. That's not enough. Make it 999. The simulate 51. That's better. We want to keep speeding, because with the cost index, what happens is that as the tailwind increases, then the speed decreases. So because the system thinks, hey, now I've got like a good tailwind, so I can slowly decrease the speed, but I want to keep flying fast. Microflight, let's just say I have a reason to ask, descending now. Yeah, if you want to simulate the engine failure, then be my guest. You'll miss Green Bay. Iceburn, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. No, that's not where I wanted to go. I don't know, we can... I hope it's not gonna... Nope, nope. If we look... There's an actual checklist to restart an engine. Go to engine... volcanic ash. The checklists here are actually not all up to date, but they're not too far off. Here we are, engine in flight start, left or right. So if we look at this, so first of all you've got a description of everything. An engine start is needed, na. So obviously you've got to that's a little bit technical. I don't want to bore like everybody with the fine details. But basically, what the checklist starts with here is like a couple of conditions where you wouldn't be able to restart the engine. Basically, where there's no all of the following is true. So there is N1 rotation. So basically, the engine is not damaged. Because if the engine is damaged, then you get no N1 rotation. So basically the fans are not turning anymore in the engines. Well, in the engine, hopefully there's only one engine that is failed. There was no fire. If there was a fire, then when you fight the fire, then basically you disconnect everything from the engine. So you wouldn't be able to restart the engine. In particular, because... Not so much because you cut off the fuel, but because you pull the fire engine switch here and then fire the bottle to fight the fire. So when you pull the switch here, you cut off as well the hydraulics and the electricity that provides, that is provided by the engine. So you basically disconnect everything. So then you wouldn't be able really to restart the engine, I believe. And then if there were vibrations, which would be indicative of, incoming damage or something like that. So, so yeah, it tells you all that stuff. It's gonna accelerate slowly. Here, obviously, the conditions are not met at the moment. But then it will show you that X bleed, cross bleed shows. So you will do all that stuff. And cross bead is blank, which is the case. And then do you have an abort? So then you have to cut off again. Yeah. Cool. So reset the non-normal. Yeah, this doesn't show too much actually, but there is actually, as you can see here, a checklist. Oh, have you actually have you actually done it? Yeah. You can restart the engine after simulating an engine fire despite resetting all the Pmdg failures. Did you actually go through the all the drills, or did you in particular like pull the fire switch here? Because as I said, if you pull the fire switch, then to restart the engine, the switch should have to be pulled back in. So that's maybe one of the reasons why, if even if you have reset the failure and the Pmdg thingy there, if the switch there has been pulled, then the engine won't restart, even if the failure has been reset. Because with this one pulled, then it's not gonna. Uh-oh. Mayday, mayday, mayday. We are sinking, we are sinking. What are you thinking about? It's a little bit like that. We are sinking, we are sinking. Land at the nearest suitable airport. Oh gosh. That's the end of it. And you could say that Green Bay is the most suitable. Don't fail the second one though, because then you're not gonna go very far. Now, as I said, if you have done the steps for the fire checklist, then you have to pull the corresponding fire switch here. So once the switch is pulled, then you won't be able to start. So maybe you can push it back in. If that doesn't help, then by doing the actions for the fire checklist, it's kind of, as the engine in flight start checklist says, you're not gonna be able to restart the engine. Even if you reset the failure, then you kind of disconnect everything. So yeah, you're gonna flap your aircraft wings like a bird. I was watching the other day that it's like air crash investigation or whatever, with the Air Transat over the Atlantic, who had the fuel leak. That must be strange, man. If you're sitting at 30 whatever thousand feet, and first they lost the first engine, and then the second engine went out as well, and you find yourself in a big airliner like this. I think it was 330, and you're basically a glider in a 250, 300 ton aeroplane. That must be weird. That must be really weird. Because these things are not designed to be gliders. I mean, obviously they will glide because aerodynamically that's the way the whole thing is designed. You know, it's supposed to fly. So, but to glide in an airliner like this, gosh, it's yeah, that's something, man. Hey, Cyberdami, he had not even entered the channel and was making a coffee. That's the magic, huh? That's the magic of Twitch. Yeah, I've flown into Sweden before, yeah. And mostly in a previous life, not so much nowadays, but in a previous life I have, yeah. Good afternoon, Cyberdami, how are you doing? Yeah, TB 330, yeah. That must be really strange because there's no more like engine noise. Obviously, when you're flying along like this, you always have the noise of the engines, but when everything goes quiet, that must be really weird. Really, really weird. Hey, is that Stickaran or Ski? Why is Hold on. Skik Karen, thank you very much. How you doing? Just me first time chat. Yeah, put in the earphones, crank up the music, and yeah, keep the fingers crossed. Everything crossed. But they did a great job, obviously, to manage to land in Lajes, I think it was, in the Azores. So they saved the day. So that was the main thing. Skik Karen, no, I'm not in France. No, I'm not. I don't particularly talk about the location, but or maybe I'm in France. Who knows? But not really. Stretch. That was good timing for the stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me 5 now. Down, get down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 push-ups. There you go. Good timing, actually. Yes, sir. Gosh, is he okay? Solar fun, yeah. I don't mean to be difficult, but that's the answer. Ah, see, great minds think alike, eh? You watched a program on the Gimli glider, which was also an interesting incident with basically, you know, the fuel the weight conversions. I think it was the gallons and kilos and all that stuff. I did initially with I think there was a fuel gauge problem, so they needed to check the fuel manually and do all the necessary calculations, and then they do the calculations with the wrong units, and then halfway through the flight, no more fuel, you know. So it's oops. But then same thing, you know. It's amazing to manage to get the aircraft down on the ground safely. And yeah, I should add an item for the push-ups and for the jumping, is it the jumping jacks or whatever? 1, 2. I'm just not jumping because I'm sitting on the chair at the moment, but and I could stand up and start the jumping jacks. 1, 2. Right, you. Oh no, my fuel has taken a bit of a hit there, because initially it was showing 10.8. Now it's showing 10.3. Yeah, it's suffering. The fuel is suffering with the cost index increase. Anyway, fuel is virtual here, so that's good. Shall we get some music? We love the music. Come on. Let's do it. Let's go! Let's go!
Let's go. Let's go.
Ooh, it's a shiny wing. You got to love it. Oh, great. Great, X3. That's great news. Because you were waiting, you said earlier on you were waiting for to hear back from the HR. So that's good. Congratulations. Happy days. Is that in your field of study? Yeah? I kind of complements what you were studying. That's good. Congratulations. That's beautiful. Good stuff. Macroflight. Macroflight is now like with the failed engine that won't restart. Damn. I should definitely restart. Gosh. That will teach you not to play in the sim. Oh gosh. That's okay. As you said, it's C-Tops. You can push it to Green Bay. Otherwise, go to Minneapolis. Where's Minneapolis? It's not very far. KMSP. ¿Dónde está KMSP? I can put it on the legs page, on the fix page here. 400 miles, yeah, okay. Oh, so still we're far actually. Oh yeah, KMSP is up there. Oh yeah, I'm still quite far. Oh yeah, it's ETOPS. You remember that ETOPS is purely a certification thing. It's not really guaranteed that once one engine fails, the other will keep going until you reach the range of the ETOPS certification. It's just a certification thing. It's not like a guarantee in itself. Ah, yeah, it went to 62% on the N2, but never any fuel flow. So often, I would imagine you can glide in the simulator here. However, I won't try today because I want to get to Green Bay, so I'm not gonna attempt any gliding event. But I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would glide somehow. Are you then, yeah, 240, yeah? On Volanta. Oh yeah, even it says here 22,000 feet, yeah? Because that's the thing, with one engine you cannot stay at cruise level. You can only fly at what I would call like intermediate altitude, so around between 20-25,000. If you're very light, a little bit higher, but you can't stay at the normal cruising altitudes. You need to descend. So yeah, then you're stuck at mid levels. Yeah, I think like even amongst professional pilots, Some guys seem to think that, oh, because you've got ETOPS, let's say 207, then you can fly ad vitam aeternam on one engine. That's, to me, that's not necessarily the case. You know, if you've got like, even if it's a small enough airport, but you can still land like a big aircraft like this, I would rather put the aircraft down on the ground relatively early than to push to the ETOPS limits, and then if the second engine fails, then you're becoming a glider. So yeah. ETOPS is just for planning, a certification thing. Yeah, the engines are reliable, so you can go quite far without any major restrictions. But if an engine goes, then you have to go somewhere quite quickly. Danny is how is the Pmdg compared to the real thing? I think it's a good representation of the aircraft. However, it's not a simulation of the actual aircraft, if you see what I mean. It doesn't simulate all the little details, but broadly speaking, it's a good representation. It does pretty much what the aircraft does, with the automation in particular, you know, with the way the autopilot works and things like that. But a lot of details are actually not very accurate, so but it's good. It's the best you can get out there at the moment anyway, in terms of 777 simulation, so it's good. It does the trick. Allows me to discuss a little bit, like a few things about the aircraft and stuff. Good. I'm not advertising. I don't have any interest. I don't have any links to Pmdg whatsoever. So yeah, I'm not advertising in any shape or form. No, I'm not Italian. No. Buongiorno, if you are. Where are we now? Oh, South Dakota. After Wyoming, now it's South Dakota. Gosh. Then we'll go into Minnesota. And finally into Wisconsin. That's a long way to travel. Actually, the 49ers were in Dallas, Texas, at the weekend, so I don't know if they're gonna go back to San Francisco and then fly to Green Bay, or if they're just gonna go directly from Dallas to Green Bay. From Dallas to Green Bay, it's a little bit closer because you just go up north. But if they travel back to San Francisco and then travel across to Green Bay, it's a lot of traveling to do. Says go. Pronounce states in a weird way. I don't know. I'm not trying anything special, but maybe. It's maybe the accent, I don't know.
But you remember one thing.
And Dodie. He's great.
Flying a cargo plane full of rubber.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Hong Kong.
Welcome on board United 1234 to Green Bay. Running on time, I believe. It's 12:51 Zulu, and that's not the time in the sim. 12:51 Zulu, and we've got roughly about an hour to go. So landing at 13:51. Well, yeah, pretty much running on time, if there is such a thing. Yeah, that's the. It's quite a big flight deck actually. Much more space than, for example, in a 737 or Airbus is quite spacious as well, but from like a Boeing flight deck point of view. This one is quite big. Above all for 2 guys. For 4 people when it's an augmented flight, when there's like 4 guys in the flight deck at the same time, it's a little bit becomes a little bit crammed. But for two pilots, it's quite good. A bit of space. Because on the 737 in particular, right behind the seats, you've got those circuit breaker panels, both on the captain side and on the first officer side. Whereas here behind the pilot seats, you've got a bit of space, and then you've got the jump seats and everything, so it is definitely a little bit more spacious. Not sure what this is supposed to represent actually. We don't have anything like that. Dirty, that's 777. 777. That's for the engineers to try to find and rectify any of the faults in the aircraft, because everything is electronically centralized, so a lot of the little glitches are, you know, it's a bit like cars nowadays actually. You know, they plug in that electronic thing and they can diagnose any issues with the car, and yeah, it's a little bit the same thing. That's all electronically centralized. I don't know if we can move the seats. Are the seats movable on this? Because in the aircraft the seats kind of slide along there backwards and then towards the side. But here I don't know if they simulated that. The armrest is not simulated as well. I don't think you can lower the armrest there. One thing is that you can reduce the size of this, which you can't do in the aircraft. In the aircraft it stays up there like this, but... Ah, okay, you only fly the 320. No worries. So yeah. And then up there, I think the circuit breakers, actually, the panel is correct. The panel is not simulated, so you can't pull the circuit breakers. But I think the different circuit breakers are correctly labeled and in the correct location, pretty much, which is a nice touch. Obviously, maybe it's easy to do because all you need is for someone to take a couple of pictures and then send it to Pmdg, and they can replicate the panel. But yeah, it's nice. It's a nice touch. But that's why, you know, I was saying earlier on, in terms of simulation, this is quite neat because it's a good representation of what the aircraft looks like, what it does. Obviously, the finer details are not really included, but it's a good representation. Yeah. Not sure. I'm looking, see if it makes sense to climb or not, but...
Flight 209er, you are cleared for takeoff.
Captain Stretch, thank you very much for the follow.
Frequency 123.9er.
Welcome aboard.
Huh? Request vector.
Roger,
over.
roger.
What?
Flight 209er, clear for vector 324.
We have clearance, Clarence.
Roger, roger.
Roger, roger.
Victor.
Bravo, Captain. Huh?
And
fly to Fort
Utah. Oh, we are talking about Utah earlier on.
Shut
Utah
your
Outlaw.
face, Henri.
You fell off the bed as well this morning. What time is it for you now? What time? Is it 7 o'clock in the morning or something like that for you? Good morning. Welcome aboard. Yeah, when you get on the FMC here, when you get the step suggestion, as you can see up here, it shows step 2 flight level 70 now. You can try to see if it's worth it or not in terms of fuel and in terms of time. So either to stay at 350 where we currently are, or otherwise to climb and follow the suggestion. What you can do is at the step prompt here, the moment you've got RVSM, so which means the aircraft is suggesting step climbs in accordance with the RVSM rules. But if you set 0, you can see if it makes any difference with the ETA and the fuel. So it shows 58 here and 10.2, and I did a note, so 58, 10.2, and with the step 58 and 10.3. So theoretically, with the climb to flight level 370, you would save a little bit of fuel, 100 kilos of fuel, so every little helps. But now it's changing. Yeah, because it's recalculating. So now it doesn't make any difference. So if it doesn't make any difference, then we can set the step to 0 and stay at flight level 350. And when you set step 0, then it gets rid of the step suggestion up here. So yeah, that's something we do in the aircraft. 6 AM. Oh wow. That's why I didn't do the flight in real time, because we would have flown the first couple of hours. It's been airborne now for 2 hours and 11 minutes. Yeah, we would have flown the first couple of hours in the dark, which in the sim it makes it a little bit funky sometimes. You kind of feel like... In the aircraft, we usually don't fly, when you fly at night, we usually don't fly like totally in the dark in the cruise, because it kind of makes you feel even more tired. So in the cruise we would have the storm light on, and there'll be like also lights over like each pilot and stuff. But it's nicer to fly with light, you know. Just really on takeoff and on landing, or well, actually before starting the descent, for example, where we kind of dim all the lights again so that you get used to night vision. But in the cruise, we'll definitely fly with the lights on in the flight deck. Yeah, I did take a bit of a penalty on the fuel. Oops. But still saving fuel actually, which is good. That's a shame, Macroflight, you didn't manage to restart the engine. I'm looking at Volanta and I see you at 23,669 now. And the speed is taking a bit of a hit as well, because you cannot obviously fly as fast on one engine. Oh, it's a shame. Oh, there's somebody on the ground in Green Bay who's gonna fly to Detroit. Wow. The VNAV page recommends 260 knots, flight level 240. Yeah, that sounds about right. Talking about Green Bay, what's the weather doing now? There was a forecast for snow from 1100 Z. It's now 1300. So come on, get us a little bit of snow. Not yet. But it's becoming more favorable now for runway 18. The forecast in that respect is becoming true, because it was supposed to then turn to the south as far as the wind is concerned. but still no snow. It's cold enough, -3. It's overcast, but still no snow. Ay, ay, ay. Come on. We cannot go to Green Bay without snow. That's not right. It's like a meal without cheese. Or a song without music. Gosh. Now we're getting good wind. That's the wind I wanted all along. 82 knots on the tail. Come on. It took a while to get to that jet stream. Even with cost index 999, I cannot get to decimal 85. There's so much wind that then the speed is reduced. Anyway. Is it, I don't know if you're still on Clover, is it now bright in where you are? Or is it still dark? Because it must be 7 o'clock in the morning. It might be dark still. Central time, huh? So 7 o'clock. If Utah, I believe, is what is it called? Mountain time. So if Mountain time is 6, then Central time is 7, and Eastern time is 8. So at this time of year, and it's relatively north, chances are it's still dark. But the day is not far from breaking, though. Augie, you wonder if Pmdg will make a 787. 7.6 or 7.8? 7.8, huh? Yeah, 7.8. I don't know. It's a good question. I think at the moment they seem to be concentrating on the 737 version for MSFS. So I think that's where most of the effort is going. But you never know. Wasn't there a while ago a photo of some sort of an airliner? Maybe was it maybe the 7.6 or the 7.5 in one of the announcements from the Pmdg boss? He was showing like a screenshot of another like Boeing aircraft. So who knows? It would be nice if they could make 787, because they seem to be a little bit more clued up on designing, you know, aircraft for the simulation here. Compare, for example, to Quality Wings. The Quality Wing 787 is not too bad, but it's not the same quality as what Pmdg do. So if Pmdg could do a 787 with all the little bells and whistles, that would be nice indeed. But yeah, I'm not sure what the score is at the moment with the other aircraft. I think, from what I heard recently, they are working mostly on the 737 for MSFS, and then also the LNAV on the current aircraft, in particular. I think the 747, but I think mostly all the airliners. I think they're trying to fix the LNAV a little bit and other bits and pieces. Can you explain to me what the LNAV and VNAV do? Yeah, of course. Basically, the LNAV is engaging the autopilot to follow the route that is inserted in the flight plan. So it's basically it stands for lateral navigation. So basically, follow a certain path on the ground. And yeah, it follows the route that is programmed in the FMC, so to help you navigate from A to B. And VNAV stands for vertical navigation, pretty much. I'm not actually sure if that's what it stands for, but that's what I understand it is. And same thing, it kind of couples the autopilot to the vertical profile of the flight. So initially it gets you into some sort of a climb speed, until you reach the cruise altitude, which is programmed as well in the flight management computer here. And then it will calculate from the destination, from the runway at destination, it will calculate ideal descent profile all the way to the cruise, and that way will then allow you to descend as efficiently as possible. So you want to descend, you know, with the thrust, the engines at idle, and almost glide all the way to destination, so that you burn as little fuel as possible. So that's what the VNAV does. It kind of calculates a vertical, so in terms of altitude, a vertical profile for the flight, which is supposed to be as economical as possible, basically. Parle français, oui oui, pas de problème. Samous, ça gaz. No, I don't. I don't do the stream in French because I've always done it in English when I started. And Solafun, thank you very much for the follow. And I don't want to ostracize, you know, the kind of international audience. So with English, most people kind of speak or understand a little bit of English. If I was doing it only in French, then it will be really targeted to a French audience, which kind of limits a little bit the scope of the, you know, of the following and stuff. So since I don't want to be streaming for like 10 people, then if I did it only in French, then it was going to be a little bit small. But I can answer a couple of questions, you know, quickly in French, and then explain in English as well what I was talking about. But otherwise, generally, no, I do it in English. Hey, Ian, how you doing? Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm doing well. What about you? I hope everything is good on this Tuesday. Already past mid-January. Huh? Time flies. It really does. No, Ogi, you can do both. You can let the aircraft land itself manually, so do a auto land. Otherwise, you can land manually. So the choice is yours. To land manually, to be a little bit technical, you need to do an ILS approach. The aircraft won't do an automatic landing from RNAV approach or VWAR approach. So to do an automatic landing, you need to be coupled to an ILS. But no, otherwise the aircraft can definitely land itself, and you can also land it manually, which we do 99% of the time. The only time you do an automatic landing is when the visibility is reduced, when it's very foggy. Basically, the aircraft does a better job, because, you know, it's all electronics and autopilot and stuff, so it flies quite precisely. For a human being, it's quite difficult to go and land an aircraft like this in, I don't know, 300 or 200 meters of visibility in fog, you know. It's, but yeah, but otherwise, when the weather is good and everything, you land the aircraft manually. TB, that's a good question. I'm not a monster in aerodynamics, but that's basically the way that the aircraft is designed. And the cruise, it's kind of sitting about 3 degrees nose up, as you can see there. If you see that as the artificial horizon, you know, the blue side up and the brown side down. At the moment, the aircraft symbol there is sitting. The first line here is 2.5 degrees. The longer line there is 5 degrees, like nose up. So at the moment it's about 2.5, 3 degrees nose up. That's the way it's designed. I think it's with the swept wings as well, the way the wings are designed and stuff. So that's the way it's supposed to fly. It's kind of a little bit weird when you think about it. Why would you think that it would sit on the horizon? But no, that's the way it is. I think it's because of the wing design and the aerodynamics of it. Hey, Borda, how are you doing? No, I don't really have any thoughts on it. I think we mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. It's easy to be the Monday morning quarterback, you know, since we are in an NFL theme. It's easy in retrospect to say, oh, they should have done this or they should have done that or whatever. I want hazard the guess, so yeah. No, I don't have any particular thoughts on that. It's aviation is a very dynamic environment. You know, things can go wrong very quickly for no particular reason. So it's easy to criticize once you're sitting in a chair and you know what happens. So you can, oh yeah, we should have done this, should have done that. But when you're in the heart of the action, so to speak, it's not always that obvious. So yeah, I won't hazard the guess or pass on any judgments. But I saw that there was a bit of on social media, a little bit of hype about it. Not hype is maybe not the correct word, but there were like a few videos on social media like trying to basically what's the word I'm looking for, with like specific theories on what happened and stuff, and some of the stuff that is on those videos doesn't really make too much sense what those videos came up with. So yeah, you have to take it and leave it, you know. OG, you are still learning on Xbox. Is the 320, is it on Xbox as well? So I guess the you have the Flight Simulator 2020 version on Xbox then. Oh, here's Minneapolis now. It's funny that that's something I never thought would happen, is to have like a flight simulator which is quite resource intense, to have a flight simulator on a like game console, you know. But they've done it, so. Or the fly-by-wire 320 is only on the PC. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know how they managed to push the you know, the actual simulator onto Xbox. I really don't know what the technological solution to that is, because as said, like, those simulators need a lot of you know, PC resources to run. So I mean, from what I understand, like, consoles are like good at, you know, producing graphics and everything, but I think maybe a PC is more adapted. But no, I'm not a specialist of all these things, I have to say. Oh wow, the wind is good. That's a winner. 90 knots now. Ah, okay, it's the default 320 Neo. Okay. The good thing I find is that if you don't have a PC, or like you know, a general PC user, you may just have like a laptop or whatever, but you're still interested in flight simulation. Having it on Xbox is, you know, it's a good thing, you know, if you can fly and get, you know, inspired by having a flight simulator on Xbox, and then maybe go and take flying lessons, or if it can be a bit of if it can serve as inspiration to go and fly in real and give you a bit of interest for aviation, I think it's good. I really do. Even with autopilot, I still can't wrap up my head around how you would interact in a natural manner with all the controls and buttons in the flight deck. Yeah, I'm not really sure how it works. If you've got one of those consoles joysticks or whatever, you know, very often there's nothing like this. But I'm sure you can adapt like a joystick like that on a console. But if it's the normal, do I not have? Oh yeah, I've got my PlayStation. If you've got like a PlayStation control like this, indeed it's a little bit weird maybe to simulate flying with something like that, because mind you on PS4 you've got that you got those two buttons which maybe you can move around a little bit and pretend, you know, you can like press down, up, left and right. But otherwise, if you got those buttons here like this, those buttons here to fly, yeah, it's a little bit weird indeed. But I'm sure you can get like an actual flying joystick. Yeah, flying with the keyboard as well doesn't feel very good. On this, you could fly with the keyboard and the left and right and down and up arrows, but the control is not very good. So yeah. No, I think at the minimum you need to fly with like something like that, where you've got like a stick and a kind of, you know, you've got a little bit of control. Because if you don't have something like that, if you fly from the keyboard or with one of those basic like console controllers, then it's I don't think you get a good feel for it. Even with like a joystick, sometimes it's a little bit, you know, strange. But yeah, definitely with the keyboard there's not a good solution. Prime, like on Airbus, you have knobs that you can turn, push and pull at the same time, yeah. To do different actions. It works with the mouse and stick throttle combo, but with the basic controller that will be hard to pull off. Yeah, you do need like the mouse, you know, where you can, you know, pull and push it back and all these things. Definitely, yeah. But as I said, if you do manage to somehow control the thing, and it gives you, you know, this interest into aviation, and maybe from the Xbox take it, also take the simulation onto the PC. If it can get you into that, then why not? I mean, at the end of the day, you have to enjoy what you can. But yeah, I think it's not a bad thing in itself. Right, let's take another update on the weather. But mind you, it's only an update every hour. I don't think. Yeah, still the one at 12:53. Okay. So for the moment, it's runway 18, so it's RNAV approach, I think. How far are we? Minneapolis is down here, KMSP. Which we flew to, was it week 5 or something like that? It was a nice flight from Detroit to Minneapolis. It's a nice airport. Distance wise, 281. So yeah, let's look at the arrival then. So definitely runway 18. Runway 18. So we'll check the recall. We'll check the notes in the checklist here, but there are no notes because everything has been working well. So if there were any issues, then they will show up here. And we'll program the FMC. So the route is taking us to the Green Bay VOR, and let's see what we can do after this. So we got Green Bay KGRB arrivals. There are no stars, so we'll have to work something out. We're gonna pick up Arnav 18. Okay. So actually we'll have to go up there. And the transition, let's have a look at the charts here. No. What? So runway 18, Arnav GPS. Which one is this? Wovet. Okay. So let's select that. Oh, that's gonna be a good way for me to demonstrate something. Okay. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna execute that. Well, obviously the route is taking us to Golf Romeo Bravo there to Green Bay, but the transition here is further up, so the two don't really link up together. So what we can do is make up a waypoint, let's say 15 miles before Green Bay. So do Golf Romeo Bravo / minus, or let's call it 20 here. So you see now we made up a point here, and then we'll link Wovet to the new waypoint we've just made, like that. So initially we are on track as per the flight plan, but then before we get to Wovet, they will probably give you a direct to Wovet and then continue with the procedure. So something like that. That's nice. Right, so let's have a look. We've got Green Bay Arnav GPS 18. The transition is from Wovet to Dobde. So we got Wovet, Dobde, and here I'll definitely come back on the speed, so make it, I don't know, 190. There. And we should be 2,500 feet or above, which is correct. And then to Anepe. And this one I'll make definitely 170. Like this. Still 2,500 feet. Oh, and then to Favre. To Brett Favre. The famous Green Bay quarterback. Oh, they gave the name of the waypoint. Fantastic. So Favre is at 2,400. Okay. And then down to runway 18. Okay, okay. That's a little bit steep. 3.1. 3 degrees here. Okay. And then in case of a missed approach, then we go to Senna. Oh gosh. Like to Senna, 2,500 feet and hold. Okay. So we got Favre, the quarterback, and Senna, the Formula 1 driver. It's a sports theme, eh? Okay, okay. So the FMC is all set here. What we can do is take Favre as the final approach fix here. So we'll set Favre in the fix page. And and set up a little ring over it like this, just to use it as a memory or as a helper, and then to set the lower approach altitude. There we go. Okay, then we'll look at the minima there for the approach. So we're looking at LNAV VNAV 12, we'll call it 1290. So let's set 1290 up here. I'll roll it up. It's gonna get there relatively quickly. Otherwise, there's a way to cheat a little bit. Almost there. 12, no, 1190. We'll round it up. Here we are.
Bravo, Captain. No?
Oh, CEO of 777. Thank you very much for the follow.
Shut your face, Henri. Smooth, Captain. Very smooth.
So the minima are roughly at 500 feet above the airport, because the airport is slightly elevated above sea level, and we need 1 3/8 of a mile, which for the moment we have 10 statute miles, so we have the visibility and to a certain extent the ceiling as well, so that's good. So that's it really for the chart. So we're coming on some sort of wide right base leg there for the RNAV runway 18. Yeah, airport elevation is 695, so it's slightly elevated, not too much, but it's not sea level. LNAV VNAV actually is not authorized below minus 16 degrees, so well, it's minus 3 at the moment, so that's good. There's an ATIS, there's Green Bay Approach, Minneapolis Center, and then Green Bay Tower as a CTAF and ground. Okay. Cool, that's it. The next thing we need to do is work out also VRF. Circle to land is yeah, that's a good question actually. Circle to land is basically when there's no instrument approach for a particular runway. So let me put the chart back up. Let's say there was an instrument approach here only for runway 18 and not for the reciprocal runway 36. Then what you will do is you would fly the instrument approach for runway 18, and then when you become visual, then you maneuver the aircraft visually to make an approach onto runway 36 onto the opposite side. So that's what circle to land is. So to do a circle to land approach, the minima are actually roughly the same as the main instrument approach here on runway 36. So you would come down on runway 18 and then basically do some sort of a visual circuit for runway 36, and that allows you to basically break through the cloud to become visual with the airport environment, and then visually maneuver the aircraft to land on the opposite runway. If that makes sense. On the 737, I used to fly a few circle to land approaches, not so much on the 777. Thank God I have to do a circle to land in, I don't know, in let's say like Paris or like, I don't know, Beijing or Hong Kong or whatever. Thank God for that. Yeah, it's almost like an approach into a circuit. Yeah. And a lot of the time, as I said, it's because on one side there's no instrument approach, so because maybe of mountains or something like that. So you come down from the opposite side on a normal instrument approach, and then once you're visual, you kind of do a circuit. Yeah, to keep it nice and simple. Yeah. So we're gonna get 10 tons of fuel on landing plus 221.8. That's gonna be 231.8 roughly for the weight on landing. So 231.8. That's gonna give us flap 30. And how long is the runway? Oh, here it is. So runway 18, there's a bit of a displaced threshold. So with the displaced threshold, runway 18 is giving us 2,500 meters. Okay, so we'll go maybe for auto brakes 4. Yeah, I think it's wise. Not max auto brake though, it's not Queenstown or Innsbruck. I think auto brakes 4 should do the trick here. Okay, so that's runway 18. Obviously everything works out in the scenery and everything, the puppies and everything. We might be able to vacate most probably Mike 5 there at the bottom. And then come back via Mike, cross runway 0624, the secondary, and then take Juliet, and I think I'm parked somewhere right in the middle there. There's no there's a little zoomed in depiction of the apron here, but there are no gates, so the gates are a little bit set randomly in the sim. We'll find our way. That's that. Oh, top of descent is showing. Beautiful. Let's rock and roll. The QNH was... what was the QNH? 2988. So we can preset that. 2988. Auto brakes 4, and that's pretty much it. We'll brief FS2 crew like always. So it's gonna be following the star, or well, the published arrival. We're gonna do a RNAV approach. The minima are 1190. Flap 30, dry I think for the moment. Auto brakes 4 will start the APU, we'll keep the transponder, we're gonna go to a gate, and weather and terrain. Descent checklist.
Stand by.
Ah, TB, I like the prediction. And Grand Wazoo
Check.
as well.
Descent checklist. Recall. Checked. Notes.
Checked.
Auto brake level 4. Landing data.
BRF 144, minimums 1190 feet.
VREF 144. Minimums 1190 feet. Approach briefing.
Completed.
Descent checklist complete.
Beautiful. Alright, so we get FMC message to reset the MCP altitude, so we're getting close to the top of descent, so we need to set a lower altitude. I'll set initially, I don't know, 10,000 feet. Woohoo! Green Bay, here we come. It's definitely cloudy. On Meteonautics, oh yeah, maybe the snow is not very far. Where's Meteonautics? Yeah, around Green Bay here. It's looking blue. So if the wind is pushing from the south, maybe. We'll see by the time we get there and the META is updated. Obviously, VATSIM, like and Active Sky actually, simulate the weather with the weather reports they received, and since the reports are only updated once an hour, then during an hour the weather remains the same. It doesn't change like in real life. No microflight, you can land with flaps 30 as well. I would actually suggest landing with flaps 30 because it makes it the same as a normal landing. So I hope the RNAV is gonna work out okay, because it all depends on... I have to be honest, I've not tested it, so we'll see how it works out. VRF 20 is 166. Yeah, the VRF for flaps 20 is relatively high. You fly around 15 knots faster, something like that. It definitely looks cloudy. Come on, give us some snow. There might be an update on the weather in the next 10-15 minutes. So maybe by the time we are on the approach, the weather is gonna update and we're gonna get the snow. Let's see. I'm still amazed actually there's an NFL football team in a place like Green Bay, because it doesn't look very big. It's in the middle, a little bit of nowhere in relation to you know, other teams which are like in big cities like New York or Miami or Los Angeles or whatever, San Francisco. To have like a NFL team in Green Bay, which is like a small town in the north of the US, it's amazing. Cool, so far so good. Let's see how it's gonna work out. FMC message. Oh yeah. It's the drag required message. I'll clear the message. You're following. I'm impressed. Good. Oh, that's interesting. The EFB is giving a landing distance of 3,400 feet with one engine shut down, but 6,100 feet with two engines running and one reverser in up. Yeah, it doesn't look right. Seatbelt sign on.
Seatbelt signs coming on.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Okay. The good old sim rate, huh? Increase the sim rate, fair enough, man. Because at 24,000 feet and 260 knots indicated or whatever, it's gonna take a little bit more time. Yeah. I sympathize. I sympathize indeed. Oh, TB, I think Microflight was playing with the engine fire, but then didn't manage to to restart the engine even after resetting the malfunctions in Pmdg. So he's now flying on one engine. That's just fair enough, I mean. After all its setups approved. Right, so now we'll reset the altimeter 2988. And we can do the approach checklist. Approach checklist.
Approach checklist. Altimeters.
2988 set.
2988. Approach checklist complete.
Ah, good. I recognize set. Sometimes when I say set, it thinks I'm saying 6. So good. Hey, Mac V, how you doing? Long time no see. And 777 Druv, how you doing? So I hope the LNAV, you know, it's gonna the arrival is coming from the west, and there's a sharp turn. I hope it's not gonna overshoot the turn too much. The aircraft wouldn't, but the sim here. Yeah, life continues. It's a good sign. It's a very good sign that life continues. If it stops, then it's no good. Right, almost there. I read somewhere that they said the weekend in Green Bay might be very, very, very cold. They were expecting maybe one of the coldest games in the history of the game, so who knows. As I said earlier on, it must be so difficult to go and play like this in a place that is so cold. Because in, for example, in Minneapolis, it's like a dome, so they play like inside. Other places, it's a dome as well, but when you have to play outside in the cold, not easy. Habanero, is there special procedures for extreme cold? For extreme cold, as we were talking about earlier on, where you would pee and it would freeze. Yes, there are. There's a few extra considerations to take into account. If it's just like -2, -3, -5, whatever, not specifically, no. But if it's extremely cold, yes. Then you would go into the flight crew operating manual to be a technical, and go into the supplementary procedures to have a look at what you're supposed to do. Russian 777 ops make a bonfire of all tires under each G engine for an hour before start. Yeah, just to warm up the oil a little bit before you start the engines, yeah. Good option. God. MSA wise, we can go down to 3,100. That's just it. Oops. So, yeah, we'll set 3,100, which is the minimum safe altitude, and then we'll go down with the procedure. Anyway, we're still very high. FMC message again. That is a little bit of a bug because it shouldn't give you, you know, the FMC message to use drag required. It says when the speed is just within a couple of knots of what it's supposed to do. So if it was like 325 or something, yeah, maybe, because you're a bit too fast. But if you're like 316, 317, it doesn't know really which way to go, and you're supposed to do 340 knots. No big deal, you know. Muting stream. No worries, man. No worries. Yeah, remote working has become a little bit fashionable again. It's just the way things are at the moment. It's a little bit funky. This is this. Yeah, Sliman, I don't know if you're still on. To answer your question, the message you sent. Sometimes I do it, so definitely we can do it in the future as well. Yeah. And Banero, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Right, so we're approaching 10,000 feet, so the speed is now going back to 250, and usually it defaults to 240, which we can keep actually. So that's good. So far so good. At the green dot there, the speed should be back to 240. Not sure if it's gonna actually achieve that, but we'll see. If not, we can help it a little bit. Dun 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 dun. Brace for impact. It's gonna be a sore one. And the cabin is ready. Good.
10,000 feet.
Right, so Natalia is gonna switch on some of the lights here. The left and the right landing light, the runway turn-off lights.
Prepare for landing.
Not sure when the nose landing light is gonna come on with FS2 crew procedures. Maybe on landing. At some point she says cabin crew seats for landing or something. That's maybe when the nose light comes on. It's Natalia. Alright, let's get a bit of music. Special bonus.
Gentlemen, we'll be arriving at our destination shortly. If you are making a connection to another flight, please see the customer service agent being...
We like that one as well, huh?
Ready. Everybody ready for landing?
Yeah, ready indeed.
Are you ready? Everybody ready for landing? Are you ready? Everybody ready for landing? Are you ready? Everybody ready for landing?
Yeah, it's true. Prime. That's the philosophy of the modern Airbus aircraft. I'm not really sure why you actually have to instruct the aircraft to descend, as on the 300, you know, it will start the descent at the top of descent, and Airbus and Boeing as well. As long as you have reset a lower altitude, then it will start automatically. But yeah, no, I don't know what the philosophy is for Airbus. But you do have to press the button indeed. Press the button. Right, so that got us a little bit pumped up there for the landing. Everybody ready for landing. Woohoo! Alright, so 2,500 feet is what we're descending to. Ah, come on, I want to see the snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Come on, Green Bay. Cannot fly to Green Bay with, like, no snow. Come on. Give us some snow, come on, Mother Nature. Let it snow, let it snow. Cheeky little weather request. It's maybe a little bit early. I'll wait a little bit, another few minutes. Yeah, in the sim it doesn't matter so much. I know it's true in real. If it starts accumulating, then you've got an issue. But here, the runway will be snowed in. Well, snowed in. There will be like traces of snow on the runway. That's the way the scenery works out, as you know. So the runway will look a little bit a little bit white, and obviously the surroundings are like covered in snow, and that's the winter scenery. Right, so let's do this. Reduce the speed. Flaps 1.
Speed check, flaps 1.
Flaps 5.
Speed check, flaps 5.
Well, we are definitely in the soup at the moment. So, looking good, maybe looking good. It's not gonna be a scenic approach because we are right in the soup, as you can see. Right in cloud, so... Flaps 15.
Speed check, flaps 15.
Trying to reduce the speed so that it doesn't overshoot the turn too much here. Let's see. How far is this? Anepe, 11 miles. Okay. Alright, so after this we can go down to 2400 initially to the final approach fix. Favre, like the Packers quarterback. The 90s, huh, was it? Or 2000. Right, and inbound it's 182. Ah no, it's no overshooting. At least for the moment. Good. Good news. But it's gonna have to descend a little bit. That's it. Descend. Descend. Yeah. A little bit slow too. Gear down. Flaps 20.
Speed check flaps 20.
I will set the minima 1190. Flaps 30.
Speed check flaps 30.
So we'll configure the aircraft nice and early.
2500.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Landing checklist.
Landing checklist. Landing checklist complete.
Checklist complete. Good. Right, so just to reset the missed approach altitude, once we are, to be technical, 300 feet below the missed approach altitude, which is 2500. So once we are below 2200, then we can... oh, here's the runway, straight ahead. Good. Yeah, it's looking a little bit misty. Puppy's on the right side, as expected. And we passed Favre at 2400 feet, that's correct. Tan 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 tan, brace for impact. Okay, so now theoretically we can reset the missed approach altitude with that VNAV. Yeah, good. Okay, so we'll disconnect the autopilot and let's fly this one. Flight director. There's a bit of a headwind, so makes sense to come this side. But the weather has not updated yet, because the report I got.
1,000 feet. Approach stable.
The report I got a couple of seconds ago there was still from 1253. It's now like 1400, so it's not been updated yet. So far it's looking good. 2 whites, 2 red.
Approaching 18.
The stadium is... oh, we'll look at it later on. Let's concentrate on this. Gosh.
Approaching minimums.
Roger.
500.
Check.
Minimums.
Continue. Let's go, let's go. Here's the moment of truth. Right, so disregarding the
50,
flight director now.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Right, sit down. Here we are. Idle reverse.
Reversers normal.
Beautiful.
1,200 meters remaining. 900 100 meters.
60 knots.
Remaining.
And manual braking, we'll go to the next exit. Beautiful. Here we are. Welcome to, it's dry. Dry Green Bay.
Remaining.
You're not anywhere near microflight. I've got a little bit of time on the runway here. I will go on to Mike 5 then.
Green Bay traffic, FedEx 1, 26 heavy on 4.5 miles,
Okay, so we'll take here, Mike 5. Green Bay traffic, United 1234 runway 18 vacated. Here we are. Go. And then left onto Mike and back up. Ah, no snow then, huh? It's looking like snow weather, but no snow. Right, so the weather radar can come off. We'll have a look at...
Engine anti-ice coming on.
Okay, engine anti-ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our flight. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened.
Microflight flying on one engine. No worries, William, thank you very much for sticking around this rather long flight. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for flying with us today. We appreciate your business and hope to see you again on a future flight.
No, it's dropping.
And Winkle, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you,
Why
thank you.
is it doing that? Oh my god, the automatic pilot, it's deflating!
The stewardess said...
And Yumat, thank you very much for the follow.
Both pilots.
Can you fly this plane?
Oh, microflight is going around.
Surely you can't be serious.
Check this
I am
out.
serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, is it the left engine you failed? Look at the go around there. Amazing. Woo. Very nice. Right, let's call GSX. We've got one gate here. Here it is. We'll go with United. So yeah, Green Bay is a small airport, but the main runway there is long enough and wide enough, and then you've got that secondary runway here in the middle. But the terminal and everything is relatively small. It's not a major airport. Green Bay traffic, United 1234 crossing 0624. Right, so we said once we cross and we take right onto Juliet, and that should take us to the apron. Oh, well, that was a good flight. I enjoyed that one. And nice to come out of San Francisco. Nice views over virtual San Francisco. Oh no, you meant MSFS.
0, 6.
MSFS is at it again. Gosh. So Delta is a 90-degree turn. Juliet is a 45-degree turn here on the taxiway sign. So we'll go for Juliet, and then we've got the taxiway sign there on Juliet on a black background with a yellow letter. Alright, so we'll go up there. The APU is running, cool. We could try to be efficient and taxi on one engine. But in the simulator it's not great because when you taxi on one engine, the aircraft wants to veer, you know, towards the side of the engine which has been shut down, which the aircraft wouldn't do because on the ground, when you taxi with the thrust at idle, there's no asymmetric thrust really, so... Alright, so we're going right and then left. Yeah, initially when you go around and you had flaps 30, it's a little bit sluggish. But after, well, during the go round, then you retract to flaps 20 because it's go round and then flaps 20. And when you go around from flaps 20, you go around with flaps 5. Then here we are, guidance system. Lights and doors. So Natalia is going to switch off the lights, yeah. Make a little PA for the crew. Ah, don't stop in the middle. Yeah, here the maneuvering is a little bit tricky, but we'll get there. So it looks like we're gonna get into building, but we're not gonna go into the building. Some airports actually take you very close like that. Up, here we are. Right, so the APU is running, that's good. We'll set the parking brake and we can shut down the engines. Disarm all the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, unfortunately not snowy, Green Bay. Happy days, we made it. Hey Kim, bonjour, comment ça va? Always coming at the end of the stream. That's a bit of a shame, fortunately. Hey, Grand Wazoo. Yeah, go Niners. I was quite pleased they beat the Cowboys. So at least I could do this flight today. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. Enjoy. Where is microflight? I don't know if we can see you. Which way did you go?
Green Bay traffic, FedEx 126, turning base, runway 18.
Turning base, maybe on this side?
I am ready for the checklist.
I'm not ready for the checklist. What am I supposed to do? Yeah. So we're gonna set this one back here to the ident page. We're gonna blank the minima. And we're gonna turn off the weather radar on Natalia's side here. Yeah, let's do the shutdown checklist. Shutdown checklist.
Shutdown checklist. Parking brake.
Set.
Shutdown checklist complete.
Cool. Let's bring the jetway. Oh, is it L2? Oh. Oh, that's a shame. Ah, well. Let's open L2 then. Well, we have to open L1, otherwise it doesn't recognize it, I think. Then we'll disembark. That's it. Attach the bridge. And then we'll have to open the doors. Which is now open through this, of course. So open this. Oh yeah, that's it. It's disembarking. Good. We can hear in the background. Beautiful. Excellent. That's that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Green Bay, where the San Francisco 49ers will play against the Green Bay Packers on the weekend. I'm not sure if it's Saturday or Sunday. One of the two. Hope you enjoy the flight. I'll hang around for any last minute question. Let's have a look at Volanta Bolanta. Here we are. Yeah. You're the third person to arrive there. Let's review the flight. Here we are, the arrival there. Statistics. 3 hours 38 block time, 3:15 flight time as per the flight plan. Beautiful. That's very good flight planning. Good. Excellent. Let's have a look. The tracing here. Yeah, touchdown there. Okay. Satellite mode. Just after the markers. No problem. Come down here. Yeah, mic 5. Onto mic. Juliet. Yep. And come here. In this section here. Beautiful. Working very nicely. Cool. So that was Volanta. Another successful flight on Volanta. Habanero, any tips for glider students? Unfortunately, not really. I've never really done any gliding, so I wouldn't try to advise or give any tips for gliding. Unfortunately, because I don't really know how it works. Oh, Sliman XP11 demo installing as we speak. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Cool. Excellent. The landing rate, actually. I forgot about the landing rate. Where was the landing rate? Did they actually... Where's the landing rate? Landing rate. Did they register? Oh, Slim Man. Ooh, 2 feet per minute off. Oh. That requires special extra points then. Add points. Slim. And 821. And today, because you are 2 feet per minute off, we'll give you we'll double the points. There you go. Beautiful. Habanero Condor 2, I think my club has mentioned it a couple of times. Oh, cool. You're picking up the course. The airdrome is 5 minutes from your house. That's convenient. That's good. And the graphics are potatoes, but the thermal are pretty good. That's alright. Wow. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Oh, and microflight has just landed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much Green Bay. As I said, is a small airport, small terminal and everything. There's a big enough runway for any pretty much type of aircraft, but after down the ground to go to the terminal and everything, it's a little bit on the tight side. But yeah. Habanero, thank you very much for joining us today. Yeah, that's the terminal there, like these two wings there, and that's pretty much it. Small tower, runway, that's the runway 1836 here, and then 0624 across. Or maybe the other way around. Anyway, so yeah, that was a very nice flight. Thank you very much, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll try to be back at some point, maybe this week or maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but tomorrow is not gonna be an NFL flight. It will be maybe like another like random flight somewhere. And next week we'll try to do the conference round. Then we'll see. I think the options might be something like Kansas City, Tennessee, Buffalo, one of those places. So I'm sure there'll be a good flight to do. Oh, thank you, Slimman. Thank you very much. I do appreciate, you know, you like to come to the stream here and hang out. Thank you very much. Oh, Ralba, yeah, Tuesday is your day of choice, so happy days. Excellent. Cool, guys. I'll head off for now. Thank you very much for joining me on this fantasy flight from San Francisco to Green Bay. And I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, something a little bit different. Nice views out of San Francisco, and no snow in Green Bay, but still nonetheless good to see a different airport and do an RNAV approach today instead of the usual ILS approach. So hope you enjoyed it, and had a good afternoon or good morning here, or good evening maybe, and we'll see you maybe tomorrow. I'll let you know, otherwise next week at some point. And there'll be also the video of last week on YouTube released this evening as well. So for the moment, take care, and I'll see you soon. Thank you again for all the nice chat, and we'll see you next week. Thank you very much.